Hello everyone, and welcome back to Sleepy Scares. I know many of you tune in to unwind and drift off into a peaceful sleep, so before you settle in, I'd love for you to drop a comment, letting me know where in the world you're listening from. If you're enjoying the episodes, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Now, let's get cozy, relax, and dive right in. Story 1. It was a crisp autumn evening when I first heard the whispers. The wind howled through the skeletal branches of the trees, the leaves swirling in a chaotic dance. I had come to Thompson Hollow to escape the chaos of my life, to find solitude in the quaint, creaking cabin that belonged to my laydown. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and indigo, unease settled in my stomach like a heavy stone. The cabin was nestled deep in the woods, surrounded by an aura of forgotten stories. The wooden planks felt cool beneath my fingertips as I pushed open the door, a low creak echoing through the silence. Dust motes floated in the fading light, and the faint scent of mildew tickled my nose. I shook my head, dismissing the shiver that ran down my spine. "It's just an old cabin," I muttered to myself, trying to drown out the whispering wind. I spent my first night unpacking, trying to make the place feel more like home. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows that danced across the walls. I found an old, tattered journal on a shelf, the pages yellowed and brittle. It belonged to my aunt, filled with her thoughts and musings about life in the hollow. As I flipped through it, my heart raced at her final entries, detailing dreams of darkness and a persistent feeling of being watched. "Crazy old bat," I laughed nervously, but the sound felt hollow in the stillness. "Just stories to keep you company, right?" That night, sleep eluded me. The wind moaned through the cracks in the walls, and I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the symphony of the night. It was just after midnight when I first heard it. A faint, almost melodic whispering. I froze, straining to catch the words, but they slipped away like smoke. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. Silence enveloped me, thick and heavy. The next day I explored the surrounding woods, hoping to shake off the dread that clung to me. The trees loomed overhead, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. I stumbled upon an old forgotten graveyard, the stones worn and cracked. Names were barely legible, each one telling a story of lives long gone. A chill ran through me as I traced my fingers over one of the stones. "Why do you linger here?" I whispered, half expecting an answer. "Because they don't let us leave." A voice echoed behind me, sharp and chilling. I spun around, heart pounding in my chest. There was no one there, just the rustling leaves and the distant caw of a crow. I rushed back to the cabin, my mind racing. That night, the whispers returned, louder this time. They curled around me, a haunting lullaby that seeped into my bones. "Help us," they pleaded, a chorus of despair that clawed at my sanity. "Help us, help us," I repeated in a sing-song voice, mocking the dread that threatened to consume me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. The shadows seemed to cling to the corners of the room, watching, waiting. I decided to venture out again, armed with a flashlight and a resolve that wavered with each step. I found myself drawn back to the graveyard, the air thick with anticipation. "Who are you?" I called out into the dark. A gust of wind howled through the trees, and the whispers intensified, swirling around me like a tempest. "Help us," I begged. "Find us." Suddenly, I stumbled upon a small, unmarked grave. The earth was disturbed, fresh dirt piled haphazardly on top of the stone marker. My breath caught in my throat as I knelt down, brushing the soil away. The name was barely visible, but I could make out the letters. Thompson. My heart raced. Aunt Margaret, I murmured, disbelief coursing through me. The ground felt alive beneath my fingers, pulsating with a sinister energy. I stumbled back, my head spinning. This can't be happening, I whispered, panic rising in my chest. I needed to go. I needed to leave this place. But as I turned to escape, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Help us! Help us! Help us! They cried, echoing in the night. My legs felt heavy, as if the earth itself was pulling me back. Stop it! I screamed, my voice cracking. Just leave me alone. But the wind only howled in response, drowning out my cries. I fled back to the cabin, slamming the door behind me, my heart racing. I could still hear the whispers, now echoing in my mind. Help us. Help us. That night, I barricaded myself inside, clutching the journal to my chest. I had to know what my aunt had experienced, what she had written about this place. The pages fluttered in my trembling hands as I searched for answers, desperate to understand. Something is wrong here, I read aloud, my voice barely above a whisper. The shadows have eyes. They watch. They watch. The weight quickened. I can feel them growing closer. I glanced toward the window, moonlight spilling in like a silver thread. The trees outside swayed ominously, their branches scratching against the glass, begging to be let in. No, I whispered, shaking my head. It's not real. But as the hours dragged on, the whispers morphed into something darker, more sinister. Join us. Join us. They taunted, a cruel mockery of my fleeting sanity. Leave me alone, I shouted, my voice cracking. Suddenly, the cabin shook, the walls groaning as if the building itself was alive. My heart raced as I stumbled to my feet, adrenaline flooding my system. What do you want from me? I cried, the tremors beneath my feet intensifying. Help us, a soft voice cooed from the shadows. It's all your fault. I turned to see a figure emerging from the darkness, a woman with hollow eyes and a twisted smile, her lips curled in a menacing grin, and I felt my throat close up. Who are you? I gasped, backing away. Just like you, she whispered, her voice a chilling breeze that swept through the room. Lost and alone. Get away from me, I screamed, heart pounding in my chest. The figure lunged, her hand grasping at my wrist with an icy grip. I yanked away, stumbling into the wall, my pulse roaring in my ears. They chanted, a haunting melody that filled the air. Suddenly, I remembered the journal, the last entry I had read. If you find this, leave. Don't be like the others. Why didn't I listen? I muttered, panic coursing through me. I needed to escape, to break the hold this place had on me. With a surge of determination, I charged at the door, throwing my weight against it. It groaned, the wood splintering under my force. I pushed harder, fueled by desperation as the whispers reached a fever pitch. Help us, they cried. Finally, the door burst open, and I stumbled into the night, gasping for breath. The cool air hit my face, a stark contrast to the suffocating dread inside. I ran into the woods, branches scratching at my skin, the shadows clawing at my skin, the shadows clawing at my back. Leave me alone, I screamed, my voice echoing through the trees. I could still hear the whispers fading behind me. Join us. Help us. I hadn't stopped running until the first light of dawn broke through the trees, casting a gentle glow over the forest. I collapsed against a tree, panting, the horror of the night still fresh in my mind. I was free, but the memory lingered, a dark stain on my soul. As I made my way back to the cabin, the sunlight painted everything in a warm hue. The whispers were gone, replaced by the chirping of birds and the rustling leaves. But I knew better. I had felt their presence, the weight of their despair. I packed my things, a sense of urgency propelling me forward. I would never return to this cursed place. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a figure standing by the cabin, a ghostly reminder of the horrors I had faced. But there was only silence. The whispers had faded, but their echo would linger in my mind, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked in the shadows. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had left something behind, something that would forever haunt the hollow. And as I drove away, the shadows danced in the corners of my vision, whispering secrets I could never understand. Oh no, help us, they sighed, carried away by the wind, leaving me with an unsettling sense that my escape was only the beginning. Story 2. The old Maplewood Asylum squatted at the edge of town like a forgotten relic, its crumbling facade a testament to years of neglect. I had heard the stories, whispers of restless souls roaming the halls, flickering lights, and strange shadows darting through the windows at night. Curiosity, more than anything, drew me there. I'd always been fascinated by the paranormal, and the lore surrounding the asylum was enough to entice me into its decaying embrace. As I stood at the wrought iron gates, a chill wind swept through, rustling the leaves and sending shivers down my spine. This is it, I muttered to myself, pushing the gate open with a creak that echoed like a ghostly wail. The air grew thick as I stepped onto the overgrown pathway, the scent of damp earth and mildew filling my lungs. Inside, the asylum was a labyrinth of peeling paint and shattered glass. Moonlight streamed through the broken windows, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. I can do this, I whispered, forcing my feet to move deeper into the darkness. A sudden rustle made me freeze. Just the wind, I reassured myself, though the hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I peered into one of the rooms, the door ajar, revealing a small, dust-covered desk and a chair that seemed to lean precariously, as if someone had just gotten up. I stepped inside, and the floor creaked beneath me, a low groan that sent a wave of unease washing over me. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. No response, just silence. I chuckled nervously, trying to shake off the feeling. Probably just a raccoon or something, I shrugged. But it did little to calm my racing heart. As I moved through the corridors, I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. Shadows flitted at the edges of my vision, but when I turned, nothing was there. I came across a room with a rusted bed frame, its mattress long gone. I could almost hear the faint echoes of laughter. Children's laughter, bright and carefree, contrasting sharply with the grim surroundings. Why would kids be here? I pondered aloud. I took a deep breath and continued on, my flashlight beam flickering over the walls until I reached a staircase leading down to the basement. Why not? I said to myself, stepping cautiously down the steps. The air grew colder, and the musty scent of decay thickened. As I reached the bottom, the beam of my flashlight illuminated what looked like an old operating room. The tools scattered across the table glinted ominously in the dim light, remnants of a time when the asylum was a place of torture rather than healing. Ugh, this is disturbing, I muttered, my stomach turning at the sight. I turned to leave, stopped short. faint sound echoed behind me. A soft, almost melodic humming that made my skin crawl. It was barely audible, yet it seemed to resonate deep within me. "Who's there?" I called, my voice barely more than a whisper. The humming stopped abruptly, replaced by a heavy silence that felt oppressive. "Just my imagination," I reassured myself. But doubt gnawed at my insides. I turned to exit the room when I caught a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye. A figure, pale and translucent, stood just outside the door, its face obscured by shadows. I screamed, stumbling backward, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure flickered and vanished, leaving me staring at empty air. Okay, calm down," I whispered to myself, breathing heavily. "It's just a trick of the light." But as I turned to leave, I heard a voice, soft and sorrowful. "Help me. Who are you?" I called out, my voice shaking. "What do you need help with? Please, find me." The voice faded, leaving behind a chilling echo that wrapped around me like a cold blanket. I stumbled back up the stairs, desperate to escape the suffocating darkness of the basement. "I shouldn't be here," I muttered, moving faster now, the previous excitement of exploration replaced by a primal instinct to flee. As I reached the main floor, I felt an unnatural draft, as if the air itself was alive, swirling around me, pulling me back. "Get out!" I shouted, though I knew no one was there to hear me. I dashed down the hallway, the shadows seeming to stretch and reach for me. The laughter returned, high-pitched and mocking, echoing off the walls. "Stop it!" I yelled, my voice cracking as panic washed over me. I burst into a large common area, the remnants of chairs and tables strewn about. The windows rattled as a gust of wind swept through, causing the dust to swirl like a storm. "This place is insane," I gasped, trying to catch my breath. I needed to leave. I turned to head toward the exit when I noticed a figure sitting in one of the corner chairs, its head bowed. "Hey," I called, approaching cautiously. "Are you okay?" The figure lifted its head slowly, revealing a gaunt, pale face with hollow eyes that seemed to stare right through me. You shouldn't have come here," it rasped, its voice like gravel. "Why? What's happening?" I demanded, taking a step back. "You're in danger," it whispered, its bony fingers twitching. "They want you." "Who wants me?" I pressed, heart racing. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The air grew heavier, charged with an unseen energy. The room felt alive, the walls pulsating as if breathing. "Leave now," the figure croaked, and I could see its pain, a deep sorrow etched into its features. I turned to run, but the laughter escalated, a cacophony of voices that drowned out my thoughts. "No, no, no," I screamed, barreling down the hall toward the exit. The shadows chased me, twisting and writhing along the walls. I reached the door, throwing it open with all my strength. Outside, the night was still and quiet, the oppressive weight of the asylum lifting as I stepped into the cool air. I turned back, panting, my heart hammering in my chest. The building loomed behind me, dark and foreboding, but I felt a strange pull, a need to understand what had just happened. "Help me," the voice echoed in my mind, and against my better judgment, I stepped back inside. The door creaked ominously as I pushed it open, the shadows welcoming me with open arms. Inside, I found myself drawn back to the basement, the air thick with anticipation. "What do you want from me?" I shouted, my voice echoing off the walls. "I'm not afraid," the humming returned, louder now, enveloping me. "Find me. Where are you?" I called, desperation creeping into my voice. "Who are you?" "Follow the whispers," it urged, the voice growing faint. I closed my eyes, focusing on the sound. It was like a thread weaving through the darkness, pulling me deeper and deeper into the abyss. I stumbled through the corridors, the laughter morphing into a wail, a heart-wrenching cry that sent chills down my spine. "Please," I shouted, tears stinging my eyes. "I want to help you." The air thickened, and the shadows coalesced around me, forming shapes that flickered in and out of existence. I could barely breathe, the weight of their presence pressing down on me. "Show yourself," I demanded, my voice breaking. Then, in the midst of the chaos, a figure appeared, its form shimmering like a mirage. "You have to find me," it whispered, a sense of urgency in its voice. "I can't rest until you do." Where are you?" I begged, stepping closer, reaching out. "Follow the laughter," it said, the sound morphing into a haunting melody that echoed in my ears. "You'll find the truth." "Oh!" I took a deep breath and turned, following the sound down a narrow hallway, the darkness closing in around me. Every step felt like a leap into the unknown, but I pressed on, the laughter guiding me. Finally, I reached a small room at the end of the corridor. The door creaked open, revealing a space filled with old toys, dusty and forgotten. In the center stood a small dollhouse, meticulously crafted, covered in cobwebs. "Is this it?" I whispered, my heart racing as I stepped inside. The laughter was deafening now, swirling around me like a storm. I approached the dollhouse, and as I did, the laughter stopped, replaced by a soft whimpering. "Please, help us." I crouched down, peering into the tiny windows of the dollhouse. Inside, I saw figures. Children, their faces twisted in fear and sorrow. "What happened to you?" I breathed, feeling the weight of their pain. "They took us," one of the figures whispered, its voice like a breeze. "You have to stop them." "Who?" I asked, dread pooling in my stomach. "Their silence," it replied. "They steal us away." A deep chill coursed through me as realization dawned. The stories I had heard about the asylum weren't just tales. They were warnings. "I won't let them take you," I vowed. "They'll find a way to free you." But as I stood there, the shadows began to close in, wrapping around me like a suffocating blanket. "No," I gasped, struggling against their grip. "Let me go." The laughter roared back, drowning out my cries as I fought against the darkness. "You can't escape," it taunted. "Help! Somebody help!" I screamed, but my voice was swallowed by the shadows. I felt myself being pulled into the dollhouse, the tiny figures reaching out for me. "Help us!" they cried, their voices mingling with the laughter. In that moment, I understood the truth. I was now one of them. Story 3. The old Miller house stood at the end of a winding dirt road, shrouded in shadow and secrets. The sun had long dipped below the horizon, leaving a thin slice of moonlight to illuminate the crumbling facade. I had heard the tales of the place, whispers of the past that wrapped around the town like a thick fog. Stories of the missing and the mourned. But curiosity always had a way of dragging me into the depths of the unknown. "Are you really going in there?" Jenna's voice trembled, a mix of concern and excitement. She stood a few feet behind me, her breath puffing out in little clouds in the chilly air. "Why not? It's just an old house," I replied, trying to sound braver than I felt. The wind picked up, sending a shiver down my spine as I stepped closer to the porch, its wood creaking ominously underfoot. Jenna rolled her eyes, though I noticed the way she hugged her jacket tighter around her. "Just an old house, right?" I suppose you think it's also just a pile of bricks and dust. Come on, it'll be fun, I shot back, forcing a laugh that felt hollow even to my own ears. Besides, it's not like anyone's ever really gone missing. The door loomed before us, its paint peeling like a sunburned skin. I reached for the handle, the cold metal shocking against my palm. With a deep breath, I pulled it open. The door swung inward with a long, groaning creak that echoed through the empty halls like a warning. See? Nothing to be scared of. I stepped inside, the darkness swallowing me whole, and Jenna followed reluctantly, her footsteps hesitant. The air was stale, thick with the scent of mold and decay. Dust motes floated lazily in the scant moonlight that filtered through grimy windows. My heart raced, each beat a drum echoing in my ears as I surveyed the room. Maybe we should just, take a quick look, Jenna suggested, her voice barely above a whisper. Sure, I said, trying to keep my tone light. Just a quick look. As we moved deeper into the house, I felt the weight of the silence pressing against us. The floorboards creaked underfoot, each sound amplified in the stillness. Shadows danced along the walls, twisting into shapes that felt almost alive. Do you think anyone still lives here? Jenna asked, glancing around nervously. Definitely not, I said, though a twinge of doubt gripped me. It looks abandoned. Come on, let's check the upstairs. We climbed the staircase, each step a laborious crunch against the wood. At the top, a long hallway stretched before us, lined with doors that seemed to be holding their breath. I felt a strange pull toward the door at the end of the hall, its surface marred and broken as if something had scratched at it in desperation. Maybe we shouldn't, Jenna began, but I was already moving forward. Just a peek. I insisted, my hand reaching for the doorknob. It turned easily, the door swinging open with a soft sigh. Inside, the room was dark, the curtains drawn tight against the world outside. Huh, it smells awful in here, Jenna said, wrinkling her nose. I stepped in, scanning the room for anything of interest. An old bed lay against the far wall, its sheets yellowed and torn. A dresser stood nearby, its mirror cracked and clouded. Look at this, I said, pointing to a small, dusty box on the dresser. I opened it, revealing a collection of trinkets. A rusted locket, a broken watch, and a few faded photographs. Gross, Jenna muttered, peering over my shoulder. What kind of person would leave this before I could answer? A low whisper floated through the air, curling around my ears like a serpent. I froze, my heart pounding. Did you hear that? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Hear what? Jenna's eyes widened. That. It sounded like... Stop it, she hissed, backing away. You're just trying to scare me. I shook my head, my eyes darting around the room. No, really. It sounded like someone was saying something. Jenna rolled her eyes again, but moved closer, her bravado fading. Fine, let's just get out of here. As we turned to leave, the door slammed shut behind us with a violent bang, the sound echoing like thunder in the small room. Jenna shrieked, jumping back against the dresser. I lunged for the door, pulling at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. It's stuck. What do you mean, stuck? It's a door. Yeah, well, it's not opening, I shouted, panic rising in my throat. Great. We're going to die in a haunted house. Jenna moaned, her breath quickening. Just breathe, okay? Maybe we can find another way out. I looked around the room, searching for a window or another exit. The shadows seemed to grow thicker, wrapping around us like a shroud. I could feel the weight of something unseen pressing against my back. a sensation that sent chills racing down my spine. Over there, I pointed to a window. The glass grimy, but intact. If we can break it. Jenna shook her head, her eyes wide. That's a terrible idea. Cut yourself. Better than being trapped in here. I rushed to the window, grabbing a nearby chair and slamming it against the glass. The sound shattered the silence, a cacophony of splintering wood and breaking glass. As the shards fell, a cold breeze rushed in, carrying with it a whisper that sent ice coursing through my veins. Get out. Get out. Did you hear that? Jenna whispered, her voice trembling. Yeah, I heard it, I replied, my heart racing. The whispers grew louder, swirling around us like a storm, and I felt a deep sense of dread settling in my gut. Let's just get out, she screamed, panic overtaking her. I climbed through the broken window, shards of glass glinting like teeth. Come on, hurry, I urged, reaching back for her. She hesitated, glancing at the door as if expecting it to burst open. What about the door? We'll deal with it later. Just get out! Finally, she scrambled through the window beside me, the cool night air hitting us like a wave. We landed on the damp grass outside, gasping for breath, our hearts pounding in our chests. Did we make it? Jenna asked, glancing back at the house. I turned to look, my breath catching in my throat. The window we had just escaped from was now shut tight, the darkness inside seeming to pulse with a life of its own. We need to go, I said, grabbing her hand. We stumbled away from the house, the night air wrapping around us like a cloak. But as we reached the edge of the property, I felt a sudden heaviness settle over me, a gnawing feeling that something was watching. Did you feel that? I asked, stopping in my tracks. Jenna nodded, her eyes wide with fear. Yeah, it's like we're not alone. A rustle came from the trees at the edge of the yard, and I turned, squinting into the shadows. For a fleeting moment, I thought I saw something. A figure, pale and indistinct, watching us from the dark. Let's go, I shouted, pulling Jenna with me as we broke into a run. My heart raced, pounding against my ribs as we sprinted down the dirt road, the house receding behind us. As we reached the main road, I dared to glance back. The Miller house stood silent and foreboding, its windows like empty eyes staring into the night. Did we really just see that? Jenna gasped, leaning against a tree to catch her breath. I don't know, I admitted, shaken. The adrenaline was starting to fade, leaving behind a bone-deep chill. But I don't want to go back and find out. We started walking again, the weight of the experience hanging heavy in the air. I could still hear the whispers echoing in my mind, a haunting refrain that wouldn't leave me. Maybe we should tell someone, Jenna suggested, looking back at the house one last time. About what? That we broke into a haunted house? I scoffed, but the truth was, I was scared to share what we'd experienced. The night wore on, the shadows stretching and shifting around us, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we had left something behind, something that wanted to keep us there. As we reached the town, the familiar lights flickered to life, the warmth of civilization washing over us. But even with the street lights shining brightly, I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see that pale figure trailing behind us. Let's never speak of this again, I said, and Jenna nodded in agreement, though I could see the fear still lurking in her eyes. Behind us, the Miller house stood still, a silent guardian of its secrets, waiting for the next curious soul to wander too close. Story 4. The old Whitmore house loomed on the edge of the woods like a forgotten monument, its weathered shingles curling under the weight of years. I had heard the stories as a child, whispers of a family that vanished without a trace, and the shadows that danced in the windows at night. Curiosity has a way of luring people into dark places. It was a warm evening when I decided to venture inside, armed with nothing but a flashlight and a determination to uncover the truth. As I stepped onto the creaking porch, the sound echoed like a warning. The door, slightly ajar, swung inward with a reluctant groan. I hesitated, my heart pounding like a drum, but the thrill of the unknown pulled me in. The air inside was stale, thick with dust and the scent of decay. I swept my flashlight around, revealing walls lined with peeling wallpaper. Flowers once vibrant, but now faded to ghostly outlines. "Hello?" I called, my voice trembling slightly. It felt foolish, inviting whatever might be lurking within the shadows. No response. Only the faint whisper of the wind outside. I moved deeper into the house, each footstep stirring memories of a life long vanished. The floorboards protested, creaking beneath my weight. As I peered into a room on my right, it was a parlor, the furniture draped in white sheets like spectral figures frozen in time. I pulled back one of the sheets, revealing a dusty armchair that seemed to sigh in relief. "Creepy," I muttered to myself, forcing a chuckle, though unease prickled at the back of my neck. I pushed the chair aside to explore more, revealing a small, tarnished mirror on the wall. My reflection looked pale and drawn, the flashlight casting eerie shadows that twisted around me. Suddenly I felt it, a chill that swept through the room like icy fingers brushing against my skin. I shivered, glancing back at the doorway, half expecting to see someone standing there. But the hallway remained empty, silent as a tomb. I shook my head, dismissing the sensation as a trick of the mind. As I continued my exploration, I stumbled upon a staircase that spiraled into darkness. The wood was splintered and worn, but something compelled me to ascend. Each step groaned underfoot, and I felt the weight of the house pressing in around me. At the top I found a long corridor lined with doors, each one closed tight. "Which one to choose?" I whispered, glancing back down the stairs. The air felt thick, heavy with anticipation. I chose the door at the end of the hall, its paint peeling like the others. I turned the knob, half expecting it to be locked, but it swung open with ease, revealing a dimly lit room. The space was small, dominated by an old wooden bed, its sheets yellowed with age. A small window let in a sliver of moonlight, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. I stepped inside, my heart racing. In one corner lay a trunk, its brass fittings tarnished but still intact. I knelt beside it, curiosity overriding my caution. With a deep breath, I lifted the lid, the hinges creaking in protest. Inside were clothes, old, tattered, and covered in dust. I picked up a faded dress, its fabric brittle under my fingers. As I held it up to the light, a soft sigh echoed through the room, sending chills racing down my spine. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice barely above a breath. I strained to hear, but only silence answered. I placed the dress back in the trunk, feeling foolish for letting fear take hold. I was alone. I had come alone, right? I turned to leave the room when I caught a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye. My heart skipped a beat. I snapped my flashlight toward the window, and for a fleeting moment I thought I saw a figure outside. A woman in white, her face obscure. But when I blinked, she was gone, swallowed by the night. Just my imagination, I reassured myself, but unease settled in my stomach like lead. I stepped back into the hallway and made my way to another door, drawn by an inexplicable force. This one opened to a child's room. The walls were painted a soft blue, adorned with faded stars. A small bed sat in the corner, its blanket neatly folded. I felt an odd sense of nostalgia wash over me. mixed with a deep sadness. The room felt untouched, yet the air was thick with sorrow. "Where are you?" I murmured as if someone might answer. My flashlight flickered and I pressed it tighter, cursing under my breath. "Come on. Don't fail me now." As I examined the toys scattered across the floor, dusty dolls and a wooden train, something caught my eye. A small notebook lay half hidden beneath the bed. I reached for it, my fingers trembling as I pulled it into the light. The pages were yellowed, filled with scrawled handwriting. It was a child's journal, detailing simple thoughts about playing and adventures, until the entries turned darker. I heard them again. The whispers. They are going to come outside. But I don't want to go. My breath hitched in my throat. I flipped through the pages, reading about dreams that turned into nightmares. The child speaking of shadows lurking in the corners. I could almost hear the echo of a child's voice whispering in the dark, begging for help. "Why didn't you tell anyone?" I whispered, feeling a deep ache in my chest. Suddenly, the floorboards creaked behind me. I froze, the journal slipping from my fingers and hitting the floor with a soft thud. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling. But the only answer was silence. I turned slowly, scanning the room. The shadows seemed to grow denser, curling around the furniture like living things. Panic surged through me, and I darted toward the door, but it slammed shut with a resounding bang before I could reach it. "Let me out!" I screamed, pounding on the door. The air grew colder, and I could see my breath misting in front of me. "Please." The whispers returned, echoing around me, filling my ears with a cacophony of voices. "Come play with us. Stay." I stumbled back, my heart racing. I turned to the window, desperate to escape. I could see the moonlight spilling through the glass, illuminating the figure outside once more. This time, I could make out her features, pale skin, hollow eyes, lips curled in a haunting smile. "Help me!" I cried, my voice cracking. The figure raised a hand, beckoning me closer. I felt drawn to her, an unnatural compulsion pulling at my limbs. "No!" I shouted, shaking my head in defiance. I turned back to the door, my breath quickening as I pounded against it again. "Let me out, please!" The air thickened, pressing in on me as the whispers grew louder, merging into a deafening roar. I felt dizzy, the world spinning as shadows coiled around me like serpents. With one final push, I threw myself against the door, and it burst open, sending me sprawling into the hallway. I scrambled to my feet, gasping for breath. The whispers faded into a distant murmur, but the chill clung to me like a second skin. I ran, darting down the hallway, heart pounding in my chest. The house felt alive, the walls closing in as I raced toward the staircase. "Get out! Get out!" I chanted, my feet pounding against the wood. I reached the bottom and skidded to a halt, nearly crashing into the front door. "Please, please!" I fumbled with the knob, twisting it with frantic urgency. It wouldn't budge. I pushed against it, panic clawing at my throat. "No, no, no." I could hear the whispers again, echoing through the air, taunting me. "Stay with us." With a surge of desperation, I threw my shoulder against the door, forcing it open with a loud crash. I stumbled onto the porch, gasping for fresh air. The night was still, the moon casting an eerie glow over the yard. I turned back, heart racing, expecting to see the figure waiting for me inside. But the doorway was empty, the house standing like a silent sentinel. I ran, not stopping until I reached my car parked at the end of a gravel road. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking as I jumped inside and slammed the door shut. I started the engine, the rumble breaking the stillness of the night. As I sped away, a house receded in my rearview mirror. The whispers lingered in my mind, echoing like a haunting lullaby. Stay with us. I drove straight through the night. The road stretching endlessly ahead, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had left something behind. A piece of myself trapped within those walls. But deep down, I knew I had escaped with my life. A fragile victory against the darkness that lingered in the shadows. The Whitmore house stood quiet once more, a testament to the secrets it held. Secrets I had barely scratched the surface of. And as the echoes of the past faded into the distance, I promised myself I would never return. Story 5. I still remember the first time I drove through the windswept hills of Eldridge County. The sun hung low, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch into eternity. The road twisted and turned like a serpent, flanked by dense woods that whispered secrets I was too naive to heed. I had come here for a photography project, hoping to capture the haunting beauty of abandoned places. Little did I know that my quest would lead me into the heart of something far more sinister. The first location I stumbled upon was an old asylum, its crumbling facade looming ominously against the fading light. Vines crawled up the walls and shattered windows gaped like empty eye sockets. I parked my car, the gravel crunching beneath my boots as I stepped out. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. With my camera slung around my neck, I took a deep breath and approached the entrance, feeling an involuntary shiver run down my spine. Inside, the air was stale, filled with a chill that seemed to cling to my skin. I moved cautiously through the corridors, the sound of my footsteps echoing off the walls like whispers of the past. Each room I entered revealed remnants of lives once lived, rusted beds, peeling wallpaper, and the faintest traces of someone's forgotten laughter. I snapped photos, the click of my camera a weak counterpoint to the silence that enveloped me. Suddenly, I heard a noise, a soft thud from the room at the end of the hall. My heart raced, pounding in my chest like a drum. I edged closer, the floorboards creaking under my weight. "Hello?" I called, my voice barely above a whisper. The only response was the distant howl of the wind outside. As I reached the door, a gust of air swept past me, cold and biting. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob. Was it just the wind? Or was there something inside? I steeled myself and turned the knob, the rusty hinges protesting as the door swung open. The room was empty, but a strange sensation washed over me, as if I were being watched. I stepped inside, my camera poised for another shot, when I caught sight of something on the floor. A faded photograph lay face down, its edges frayed. I picked it up, my breath hitching in my throat as I turned it over. It was a picture of a group of people, their faces smiling, unaware of the horrors that would eventually unfold in this very place. I squinted, trying to make out the details. One face stood out, a woman with striking blue eyes and a wide smile. I felt an inexplicable connection to her, as if I knew her from somewhere. As I examined the photo, a soft giggle floated through the air, delicate and childlike. I froze, my blood running cold. "Is someone there?" I called again, my voice trembling. The laughter faded, replaced by a low hum that seemed to vibrate through the walls. I turned, heart racing, but the hallway behind me was empty. A chill swept over me as I backed toward the door. But before I could make my escape, the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. I was not alone. Panic surged through me, and I bolted out of the room, my camera swinging wildly at my side. I dashed through the asylum, the heavy silence now replaced by the frantic pounding of my heart. I burst out of the front door into the fading light, gasping for breath. I leaned against the wall, trying to calm my racing heart. Why had I come here? I should have turned back the moment I felt that unease. Instead, I had been drawn in. like a moth to a flame. As I stumbled back to my car, I caught a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye. I spun around, but nothing was there, just the rustling of leaves in the whispering wind. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking, desperate to escape this place. Just as I started the engine, I felt the weight of someone watching me. I glanced in the rearview mirror, and for a brief moment, I saw her, the woman from the photo, her expression twisted into a silent scream. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, tires screeching as I sped away, leaving the asylum behind. That night, I tried to shake off the experience. I poured myself a glass of wine, hoping it would calm my nerves. But sleep eluded me, and I found myself staring at the ceiling. The image of that woman burned into my mind. Who was she? Why did she haunt me? The next day, I decided to return to the asylum, driven by a need to understand what had happened. As I drove through the winding roads again, the sun struggled to break through the thick clouds, casting an eerie light over the landscape. The air was heavy, charged with an unspoken tension. This time, I wasn't alone. I brought my friend Jake, a fellow photographer who had always been intrigued by the paranormal. "You sure about this?" he asked, glancing at the looming structure as we parked. "That place gives me the creeps." "I need to know," I replied, determination hardening my resolve. "There's something there, Jake. I can feel it." Together, we approached the asylum, the door creaking ominously as we stepped inside. The atmosphere felt different this time, heavier, as if the building itself was alive and watching us. "Let's stick together," Jake said, his voice low. "I don't like the idea of splitting up." I nodded, and we ventured deeper into the asylum. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the sound of our footsteps echoing through the halls. I led us back to the room where I had found the photograph, my heart racing with anticipation. When we entered the room, I gasped. The photograph was gone. In its place lay a dusty old journal, its pages yellowed with age. "What the hell?" Jake murmured, picking it up. "Read it," I urged, my curiosity piqued. Jake flipped through the pages, his brow furrowing as he read aloud. "It's about a patient named Lila," he said, his voice growing grim. "She was committed here in the early 70s. They say she had visions, that she could see things that weren't there." A chill ran down my spine. "What happened to her?" I asked, leaning closer to hear better. "Looks like she went missing," Jake continued, the pages fluttering in a draft. "They searched the entire grounds, but never found her. Just vanished. Maybe she's still here," I whispered, my throat tightening. As if answering my thought, the temperature in the room plummeted. Jake and I exchanged uneasy glances, and I felt a presence creeping in, thick and suffocating. "Let's get out of here," Jake urged. But before we could leave, the door slammed shut, trapping us inside. "Jake!" I screamed, banging on the door. "Open it!" But it wouldn't budge. The walls felt like they were closing in, and the air was heavy with despair. "Lila," a voice echoed through the room, clear and haunting. It was the woman from the photograph, her voice a chilling whisper that sent shivers down my spine. "Help me! Where are you?" I cried, panic rising in my chest. "What do you want?" "Help me," she repeated, the sound twisting in the air like a wailing wind. "I'm lost." Jake pressed against the door, trying to force it open. "I need to find a window," he shouted, desperation lacing his voice. But the walls felt alive, vibrating with energy. I could see shadows moving in the corners of my vision, dark tendrils reaching out, beckoning us closer. No, we can't stay here," I yelled, my heart racing. Suddenly, the lights flickered overhead, and the temperature dropped even more. I felt an icy breath against my neck, and I turned, but there was nothing there. just the shadows creeping closer. "Lila," I shouted, my voice a mix of fear and resolve. "If you're here, show yourself." With a deafening crash, the door finally burst open, and we stumbled out into the hallway, gasping for breath. The shadows flared, retreating slightly, and I caught a glimpse of her, just for a moment. A silhouette against the darkness, her blue eyes wide, pleading. "Help me," she whispered again, and then she was gone, swallowed by the shadows. Swallowed by the shadows. "Did you see that?" I panted, adrenaline coursing through my veins. "Let's get the hell out of here," Jake urged, his eyes wide with terror. We sprinted down the corridor, the echoes of our footsteps mingling with the distant laughter of children. It was maddening, a cruel reminder of the innocence lost in this forsaken place. The asylum felt alive, the walls whispering, the shadows undulating like a living entity. As we reached the entrance, I glanced back. One last look at the darkness that had held us captive. And for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw her again, standing at the edge of the shadows, her expression a mix of sadness and longing. "We made it," Jake shouted, and we burst through the front door, collapsing onto the grass outside. The weight of the asylum lifted, but I could still feel its presence, lurking just beyond the threshold. "We have to tell someone," I gasped, trying to catch my breath. "We can't leave her like that." But Jake shook his head, his face pale. "No one will believe us. This place is cursed. We need to forget." "Forget?" I echoed, incredulous. "How can we forget?" As we drove away, I glanced back at the asylum one last time. The sun was setting, casting the building in an eerie glow. I knew I couldn't forget. Not when Lila's eyes haunted my thoughts. I felt a heavy weight settle in my chest, a promise unfulfilled. In the days that followed, the memory of that day lingered like a shadow. I looked up the asylum online and found nothing. No records of Lila, no mention of the missing patients. It was as if they had been erased from existence, just like the laughter that had echoed through those cursed halls. But I couldn't shake the feeling that Lila was still there, trapped within those walls, waiting for someone to help her. And as the nights grew darker, I found myself drawn back to Eldridge County, the pull of the asylum irresistible. I parked my car, the familiar chill settling in as I stepped onto the property. "This is madness," I whispered to myself. "But I have to know." With each step, I felt the weight of the past pressing down on me. The shadows welcomed me back, and I knew I was stepping into something far beyond my understanding. The air crackled with energy, and I could hear her voice once more, a haunting melody that called me deeper into the darkness. "Help me," she whispered, and I knew I wouldn't stop until I found her. This time, the asylum was ready for me. Story 6. The first time I saw it was on a late evening walk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the street. There it stood, the old Anderson house, a crumbling relic of a time long past. Paint was peeling, and the windows seemed to glare down at me like empty eyes. I glanced at my phone, the screen illuminating the darkness around me. "Just a little longer," I whispered to myself. Though I wasn't sure why I felt the need to linger. Maybe it was the thrill of the unknown, or the weight of the stories I'd heard in town about the place. They said old Mrs. Anderson had vanished without a trace, her disappearance shrouded in mystery and the whispers of a cursed home. People claimed you could hear her cries at night, echoing through the trees like a haunting lullaby. I chuckled nervously to myself. "Come on. It's just an old house," I muttered, shaking off the chill that crept up my spine. As I turned to leave, something caught my eye, a flicker of movement in one of the upstairs windows. My heart raced. I took a step back, squinting into the dim light. Had I really seen something? Maybe it's just a shadow, I reassured myself. but the unease settled deeper. I walked home, the streetlights flickering overhead, and when I reached my apartment, I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to know more about that house. I pulled out my laptop, the glowing screen illuminating my face. As I dug through local forums and articles, every account spoke of the same thing: unexplained noises, the scent of lavender lingering in the air, and the chilling laughter of children playing in the yard long after they had disappeared. That night, I dreamed of the house. I stood in the foyer, the air thick with dust and a sense of dread. At the end of the hallway, a door creaked open. I could hear the soft hum of a song, eerie yet oddly comforting. I woke with a start, the remnants of the melody echoing in my mind. I woke with a start. "This is ridiculous," I said aloud, shaking my head. But the curiosity gnawed at me, pulling me back toward the old house. The next evening, I found myself standing in front of it again, the moonlight casting an otherworldly glow. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I was truly ready to step inside. "Just a quick look," I promised myself, gripping the cold iron gate. It groaned open, the sound echoing in the silence, and I stepped onto the overgrown path leading to the front door. It swung open with a push, revealing a dark, musty interior. The air was thick and stale, a mix of decay and something floral that I couldn't quite place. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing peeling wallpaper and furniture draped in sheets like ghosts waiting for their turn to be remembered. As I moved through the rooms, I could almost hear the whispers of the past. "What were you doing here, Mrs. Anderson?" I asked softly, my voice barely above a whisper. I walked into what must have been the living room, where a grand fireplace stood, its mantel covered in dust and cobwebs. A chill swept through the room, and I shivered, rubbing my arms for warmth. Suddenly, a soft laughter floated through the air, a sound so sweet, yet so raw, that it sent a jolt of fear through me. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. "Is anyone there?" My heart pounded as I strained to listen. The laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by a low hum that made my skin crawl. I turned to leave, but as I did, I noticed something on the floor. A small, worn teddy bear lying in the corner. It looked so out of place, like a piece of a forgotten childhood. I bent down to pick it up, and the moment my fingers brushed the fur, a sudden rush of cold air swept through the room, extinguishing my flashlight. Darkness enveloped me, and I felt the weight of unseen eyes watching. "Get out," a soft voice whispered, echoing in the void. I stumbled back, panic rising in my throat. "I'm sorry," I shouted, the words tumbling out as I fumbled for my phone, praying for the light. When the screen flickered on, I saw the teddy bear lying on the ground again, as if I had never touched it. My breath quickened, and I turned on my heel, racing toward the door. As I burst into the night, I heard the laughter again, but this time it was shrill and mocking. I sprinted down the path, the sound of my heart pounding in my ears drowning out everything else. "Just a dream," I gasped, trying to convince myself, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. I barely slept that night, tossing and turning as the haunting melody from my dream replayed in my mind. By dawn, I had made my decision. I needed to get to the bottom of this. I grabbed my jacket and headed for the local library, determined to uncover the truth behind the Anderson house. The librarian was an elderly woman with glasses perched on her nose, her fingers stained with ink. "Can I help you?" she asked, peering at me over her spectacles. "I'm looking for anything about the Anderson family," I replied, my voice steady despite the nervous flutter in my stomach. She nodded slowly, leading me to a row of dusty books. "You will find some articles in the local history section. They were quite the scandal back in the day." As I sifted through the articles, a picture of Mrs. Anderson caught my eye. She looked regal, but there was a sadness in her eyes that made me uneasy. The articles detailed her life, her family, and the tragic disappearance of her daughter Lily. "They say she never recovered," The librarian's voice interrupted my thoughts. After Lily vanished, Mrs. Anderson became a recluse. Some say she still roams the halls, searching for her. Searching for her, I muttered, the weight of those words pressing down on me. Many have tried to find the truth, but it always ends the same. They leave with more questions than answers. She replied, her eyes narrowing. Be careful, child. I thanked her, my heart racing as I left the library. I had to return to the house, but this time I needed backup. I called my friend Jake, who was more adventurous than cautious. You wanted to check out a haunted house? He laughed. I'm in. That night, we met outside the Anderson house, the moon hanging high like a watchful eye. You sure you want to do this? Jake asked, glancing at the ominous structure. Absolutely. I need answers, I replied, a mix of excitement and dread swirling in my stomach. We entered the house together, the door creaking ominously behind us. With our flashlights illuminating the way, we ventured deeper into the living room. I'll take you upstairs, Jake suggested, a grin on his face. You can handle the creepy basement. Great, I replied, swallowing hard. The basement felt like a pit of despair, and as I descended the stairs, the air grew thick and cloying. Just a little exploration, I whispered to myself, forcing my legs to move forward. The basement was a labyrinth of old furniture and forgotten memories. My flashlight flickered, casting long shadows that danced menacingly against the walls. As I moved deeper, I felt a sudden chill wrap around me. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw a figure dart past the old furnace. I froze, my breath hitching in my throat. Jake, I called, my voice barely above a whisper. No answer, just silence. Panic surged through me as I turned to leave. But the moment I reached the stairs, the laughter erupted around me, echoing off the walls. It was a child's laughter, sweet yet tainted with a sinister edge. Get out, I screamed, my heart racing. I stumbled back, losing my footing and crashing to the ground. The laughter grew louder, filling my ears, and I felt something cold and clammy brush against my arm. No, I shouted, scrambling to my feet and racing for the stairs. I burst into the living room, gasping for breath. Jake, we need to go. He appeared from the shadows, his face pale. Did you hear that? It's like someone was calling for help. Stop! We can't stay here, I shouted, pulling him toward the door. The laughter morphed into a wail, piercing and desperate, and I felt a tugging sensation, pulling me back as if something invisible was trying to hold me in place. I screamed, forcing myself to move. We barreled through the door, stumbling onto the porch, the night air feeling like freedom. The laughter receded, replaced by an unsettling silence. What the hell was that? Jake panted, his face a mask of shock. I don't know, but we're not going back in, I said, my voice shaking. Not now, not ever. As we walked away, the house loomed behind us, a dark silhouette against the moonlit sky. And I knew that the stories weren't just tales. They were warnings. The weight of the past hung heavily in the air, a reminder that some places hold on to their secrets, and some spirits never truly rest. Weeks passed, but I couldn't shake the unease. The laughter haunted my dreams, and the image of the teddy bear lingered in my mind. I knew I had to return, not for the thrill, but for closure. I had to confront whatever was left behind. On a moonless night, I found myself standing in front of the house again, armed with nothing but my resolve. I stepped inside, the air thick with memories. I'm here, I called out, my voice steady. I want to help. The silence was deafening, until, at last, the soft hum returned, the melody that tugged at my heartstrings. Lily? I whispered, my breath catching. Is that you? The laughter erupted again, but this time it felt different, lighter, almost playful. Help us, the voice echoed, a chorus of children. and I felt the warmth of their presence surrounding me. I moved deeper into the house, following the sound, until I reached the attic. The door creaked open, revealing a room filled with toys and memories, a forgotten paradise. There, in the center, was the teddy bear, sitting upright as if waiting for me. "You've been looking for me," I murmured, reaching out. The laughter swelled, filling the room with a warmth that enveloped me. I felt the weight of the spirits, their sorrow lifting as if they were finally free. "Thank you," a chorus of voices chimed, and I closed my eyes, letting their joy wash over me. When I opened them again, the attic was empty, the air light and clear. I stepped back into the hallway, the oppressive darkness lifting. I had not only uncovered a mystery, but I had given the children their peace. As I descended the stairs, the house felt different, lighter, as if it had taken a breath after years of holding its secrets. I walked outside, the moon now shining brightly above, casting a silver glow on the world. The Anderson house stood behind me, transformed from a haunted relic to a sanctuary of memories. I turned to leave, but as I did, I heard a soft whisper. A child's voice carried on the wind. "Thank you," I smiled, knowing that some stories, even the darkest ones, could find their way to the light. Story 7. The wind howled through the trees, a feral sound that sent shivers down my spine. I stood at the edge of Miller's Woods, the fading light casting long shadows that twisted and danced among the gnarled roots. The locals didn't venture here after dusk, and for good reason. They whispered tales of the vanished, those who wandered in and never returned. "Just a little further," I muttered to myself, gripping the strap of my backpack. My friends had dared me to investigate, to uncover the truth behind the disappearances. I hated to admit it, but part of me was drawn here, itching to prove the stories were nothing but folklore. As I stepped deeper into the woods, the trees closed in around me like a suffocating embrace. Each step crunched on the brittle leaves, a sound too loud in the oppressive silence that enveloped me. My heart pounded like a drum, a steady rhythm that echoed in my ears. I laughed nervously, the sound hollow. "Come on, it's just a hike," I told myself. "Nothing to be afraid of." A sudden rustle in the underbrush caused me to freeze, my breath catching in my throat. "Hello?" I called, my voice trembling. No answer came, only the whispering wind. I took a step back, feeling the cold sweat trickle down my back. "Just a deer," I reassured myself, fingering the pocket knife I tucked in my bag. Deeper into the woods, the atmosphere shifted. The light dimmed, as if the sun had been swallowed whole. I pulled out my phone, its screen a small beacon in the encroaching darkness. One bar of signal. I hesitated, the urge to call someone battling with a stubborn desire to push forward. Took a deep breath and pressed on, the trees looming higher like ancient sentinels. Minutes turned into an hour, and my surroundings felt increasingly surreal. Shadows flickered at the corners of my vision, but when I turned to look, nothing was there. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog of anxiety settling in. "Get a grip," I whispered, forcing a chuckle that sounded brittle. You're being dramatic. But then I heard it. A low, mournful wail that echoed through the trees. A sound unlike anything I had ever heard. It was as if the forest itself was crying. My heart raced, and I glanced at the time. The sun was almost gone, the sky fading to a bruised purple. I needed to turn back, yet something compelled me forward. A morbid curiosity gnawing at my insides. I followed the sound, a mindless instinct pushing me toward the source. I stumbled upon a clearing, and in the center stood an old, crumbling cabin, its windows dark and hollow like empty eyes. The door hung ajar, creaking softly in the wind. "Just a look," I said to myself, edging closer. The air was thick with decay, the scent of damp earth and something sickly sweet, like rotting fruit. I took a cautious step inside, the floorboards groaning beneath my weight. Dust motes danced in the fading light, and the shadows seemed to writhe against the walls. "Anyone here?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. Silence answered, heavy and suffocating. I stepped deeper into the cabin, each creak of the floor sending a jolt of fear through me. The remnants of a fire pit lay cold in the center, and old furniture leaned at odd angles as if pushed aside by unseen hands. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from upstairs, a sound that rattled through me. I froze, heart racing, the air thick with dread. "Hello?" I tried again, my voice trembling. This time it felt more like a plea than a question. I turned to leave, but the door slammed shut behind me with a resounding thud. Panic surged through me as I rushed to the door, twisting the knob. But it wouldn't budge. No, I muttered, pulling and pushing, the wood refusing to yield. I was trapped. A soft whisper floated down from the staircase, so faint I almost missed it. "Help me." It was a child's voice, small and fragile, laced with desperation. My breath caught in my throat, and I turned slowly toward the staircase that loomed in the darkness. "Is someone up there?" My voice shook, but I took a step toward the sound. "I'm coming." The air grew colder as I climbed the creaky stairs, each step a battle against the rising tide of fear. The whispers grew louder, echoing around me, a cacophony of pleas and cries. "Help me! Help me!" I reached the top and hesitated. The hallway stretched before me, dimly lit by the dying light filtering in through the cracked windows. I could see 3 doors, each closed and shrouded in darkness. The whispers swirled around me, pulling me toward the first door. "Please." It was the child's voice again, thin and wavering. I grasped the doorknob, my heart hammering in my chest. With a deep breath, I flung the door open. The room was empty, save for a dusty bed and a tattered toy lying on the floor. I stepped inside, the whispers fading to a muted hum. The air felt thick, oppressive. I turned to leave when I caught sight of something on the floor. A small, worn-out doll, its glass eyes staring up at me. "What the hell?" I murmured, kneeling to pick it up. Just as my fingers brushed its surface, a chilling breeze swept through the room, and the door slammed shut behind me. I spun around, panic washing over me. "Let me out, please." The whispers returned, swirling like a storm, echoing. "Help me! Help me!" My breath came in quick gasps, my heart racing. I pounded on the door, desperation clawing at my throat. "Someone, please, let me out!" But there was no answer, only the sound of my own frantic breathing. I turned back to the room, searching for any way out, feeling the walls close in around me. The doll lay in my hands, and as I looked closer, I noticed something etched into its side. A name, barely legible. "Clara, Clara," I whispered, the name tasting foreign on my tongue. "Are you here?" The whispers quieted, and in the stillness, a soft giggle echoed through the air, bright yet haunting. "Clara's here." "Clara's here?" "Clara's always here." In that moment, I understood. This wasn't just a doll. It was a vessel, a conduit for something far darker. I dropped it, and it rolled across the floor, stopping at the foot of the bed. I backed away, heart racing, but the laughter grew louder, more insistent. Shadows flickered in the corners of my vision, and I could feel the air crackle with energy. "Let me go," I shouted, my voice breaking. The door rattled violently, and I rushed to it, pushing against the wood with every ounce of strength. The whispers turned into screams now, a symphony of terror that clawed at my sanity. "Help me!" they cried, mingling with Clara's laughter. Suddenly, the door swung open, and I stumbled backward, falling to the floor. I scrambled to my feet and dashed into the hallway, the oppressive weight of the cabin closing in around me. I ran for the stairs, the whispers following me, insistent and chaotic, drowning out my thoughts. I reached the front door, my hands fumbling with the knob, but it wouldn't turn. "No, please," I screamed, pounding my fists against the wood. Just then, the whispers coalesced into a single voice, dark and commanding. "You cannot leave." I froze, the air thickening, the shadows shifting as if alive. My heart raced, and I could feel the presence closing in, suffocating. "Why?" I choked out. "What do you want from me?" "Help me." The voice was pleading now, almost human. "Bring her back." "Bring who back?" I gasped, my pulse pounding in my ears. "Clara, she was taken." The shadows twisted, and before my eyes, I saw the silhouette of a little girl. Her face obscured, but her eyes glimmering with desperation. I staggered back, understanding dawning like a chilling sunrise. Clara had been lost here, just like the others. "I'll help you," I promised, my voice shaky. "Just let me go." The room fell silent, the shadows receding as if considering my words. "You will return," the voice echoed softly. "You will return?" The voice echoed softly. "You will find Clara." With that, the door jerked open, and I stumbled into the night, a cool breeze hitting my face like a slap. I didn't look back, running through the woods, branches scraping at my skin as I fled. The whispers faded a bit behind me, but the weight of Clara's plea lingered in my mind. I burst into the clearing, the moonlight washing over me, and I didn't stop until I reached the safety of my car. I slammed the door shut, heart racing, and drove away from the woods, the cabin disappearing in the rearview mirror. But even as I drove, I could still hear Clara's voice, soft yet unyielding. "Help me. Bring me back." Days turned into weeks, and I tried to forget. I lived my life, but the weight of that promise hung over me. Every night I dreamed of the cabin, of Clara's laughter twisted into cries. The darkness called to me, urging me to return. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to go back, to confront whatever lay waiting in those woods. I parked my car at the edge of Miller's Woods, a familiar chill creeping down my spine as I stepped out into the night. This time, I wasn't just an intruder. I was a seeker, a promise to fulfill. I pushed deeper into the woods, the trees whispering secrets, guiding me back to the cabin. The door stood open, welcoming me into the darkness. "Clara," I called, stepping inside. The air was thick with anticipation, the shadows swirling like a storm. "Help me," the voice echoed, drawing me up the stairs once more. I was ready this time. I had to be. I opened the door to the room where I found the doll, and there she stood, an apparition of the little girl, translucent and shimmering like a wisp of smoke. "You came back," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody. She whispered, her voice a haunting melody. "I'm here to help you," I said, my heart pounding. "What do you need?" "I can't find my way." Clara's eyes were filled with sorrow. "I need you to bring me home." In that moment, I understood. It wasn't just Clara who was lost. It was all of them, the souls trapped in this cabin, seeking release. I knelt before her, determination flooding my veins. "I'll help you, I promise, but you have to guide me." The shadows thickened, swirling around us, but Clara's presence felt warm, a beacon of hope in the darkness. "Follow me." Together, we navigated the haunting landscape of memories and sorrow, the whispers growing softer, the air lighter. I could feel the weight lifting, The spirits of the lost finding peace as Clara led me toward the light, and as we stepped through the threshold, the cabin behind us faded into nothingness, leaving only the echoes of laughter and the promise of freedom. I emerged into the night, the stars twinkling above like distant promises. Clara's spirit lingered for a moment, her smile radiant. "Thank you," she whispered before dissolving into the night. As I stood alone in the woods, I realized the darkness would always be there, a part of the world that whispered secrets and held the lost. But I'd faced it, and in doing so, I'd found my own light. Story 8. The old Hawthorne estate loomed over the town like a specter, its crumbling stone walls entwined with ivy, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. I'd heard the stories whispered in the dim corners of the local diner, tales of a family that vanished without a trace, leaving behind only echoes of their laughter and the clatter of silverware that once filled the halls. It was a place that clawed at the edges of my imagination. And now, standing at the wrought iron gate, I felt that familiar pull of curiosity. Moonlight cast a silver glow on her face, illuminating a worry etched in her features. "Of course," I replied, trying to infuse my tone with bravado. I didn't feel. "What's the worst that could happen? A few creaky floorboards? Some dust?" She rolled her eyes. "Yeah, right. You just love a good ghost story." I pushed the gate open with a rusty screech, and the sound pierced the silence like a knife. A chill ran down my spine, but I shrugged it off. The estate welcomed us with its oppressive presence, and as we stepped onto the overgrown path, the grass crunched beneath our feet, each step echoing in the stillness. "Let's just stick together, all right?" Kelly said, glancing back at the looming trees that surrounded us. Shadows danced in their depths, twisting and writhing like secret whispers. "Sure," I said, though I wasn't sure if I was reassuring her or myself. My heart raced as we approached the front door, a massive oak slab adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to watch us. I hesitated for a moment, my fingers hovering over the worn brass handle. "Do it," Kelly urged, the challenge in her voice pushing me forward. With a deep breath, I pulled the door open. It creaked ominously like the groan of a waking beast. The foyer was dark, the air stale and heavy with the weight of forgotten memories. Dust motes danced in the beams of moonlight that streamed through the shattered windows. "Oh," Kelly breathed, stepping inside. "This is... something." "Yeah, something," I muttered, taking in the peeling wallpaper and the abandoned furniture draped in white sheets, like ghosts waiting for their turn to tell a story. We wandered deeper into the house, our footsteps echoing through the empty halls. Each room felt like a time capsule, frozen in decay. An old piano sat in one corner, the keys yellowed and cracked. I pressed one, and it emitted a hollow, ghostly note that hung in the air, a lament for the souls that once filled this place. "Creepy," Kelly said, her voice barely above a whisper. I laughed nervously. "Creepier than you thought?" "Maybe a little," she admitted, glancing around as if expecting something to leap out at us. We ventured into the kitchen, where the remnants of a long-abandoned meal lay on the table. A wilted bouquet of flowers drooped in a cracked vase, and the scent of mold wafted up like a ghostly invitation. "Look at this," I said, picking up a tarnished fork. But they never expected to leave all this behind. Or maybe they did, Kelly replied, her eyes narrowing. "What if they didn't leave voluntarily? What if they didn't leave voluntarily?" A shiver ran down my spine, but I forced a chuckle. "You're just trying to freak me out." "Am I?" She shot back, crossing her arms. We continued our exploration, moving from room to room, each one more unsettling than the last. In the living room, the fireplace stood blackened with ash, and the air felt charged, as if it held 1,000 unspoken words. Suddenly we heard a soft thud from upstairs, a sound that seemed to reverberate through the very bones of the house. I froze, my heart racing. "What was that?" Kelly asked, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I replied, feeling the weight of the moment settle around us like a shroud. "Maybe just the house settling." "Maybe just the house settling. Or maybe it's something else," she whispered, glancing at the staircase that spiraled into darkness. "Let's check it out," I said, though my voice wavered. I led the way, each step creaking under our weight as we ascended into the gloom. The air grew colder as we reached the second floor, and the shadows seemed to stretch and pull at us, hungry for our warmth. "Do you feel that?" Kelly whispered, her breath hitching in her throat. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound brave. "Yeah, I said, trying to sound brave. "It's just a draft." At the end of the hallway, we found a door slightly ajar. A sliver of darkness beckoned us, and I pushed it open, revealing a room frozen in time. A bed covered in a faded quilt sat in the center, surrounded by dusty toys and a small writing desk cluttered with crumpled papers. "What is this place?" Kelly murmured, stepping inside. "Looks like a kid's room," I said, my voice barely a whisper. I approached the desk, curiosity piquing my interest. The papers were filled with childish scrawls, drawings of stick figures and strange symbols. One caught my eye, a crude drawing of a family with the word "help" scrawled beneath it. "What the hell?" I breathed, turning the paper over. The back was blank, but something heavy settled in my stomach. "Maybe we should go," Kelly suggested, her voice tinged with urgency. "Just give me a second," I said, my eyes darting to the closet in the corner. It stood slightly ajar, shadows pooling around its base. I felt an inexplicable urge to open it. "Don't," Kelly urged, grabbing my arm. "Hang on," I said, shaking her off. "I just want to see." With a deep breath, I pulled the closet door open. It creaked like an ancient door to a forgotten realm. Inside were clothes hanging like ghosts, and as I reached in to push them aside, a cold breeze swept past me, sending chills down my spine. "Did you feel that?" I whispered, my heart pounding. "I'm out," Kelly said, her voice rising in pitch. Before I could respond, a loud crash echoed from downstairs, followed by a low, guttural moan that reverberated through the walls. "Run!" Kelly screamed, and we bolted for the door. We stumbled down the stairs, our feet slipping on the dust-covered steps. The house seemed to groan and protest, the walls shifting as if they were alive. "Go! Ow!" I shouted, adrenaline surging through me as we raced for the front door. Just as we reached it, the door slammed shut with a deafening bang. I grabbed the handle, but it wouldn't budge. "Let me out," I shouted, pounding on the wood. The moaning grew louder, swirling around us like a tempest. "Is someone there?" Kelly called, her voice trembling. Silence fell, heavy and oppressive. The air thickened, and I could feel the weight of unseen eyes upon us. "Please," I whispered, pressing my forehead against the door. "We just want to leave." Suddenly, the door creaked open, and we stumbled out into the cool night air, gasping and breathless. "What the hell was that?" Kelly panted, looking back at the house, which stood still and silent behind us. "I don't know," I said, my voice shaking. "But we're not going back." As we hurried away, the moonlight illuminated the path ahead, but shadows danced in the corners of my vision, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching us from the depths of the Hawthorne estate. We reached the gate, and I pushed it open, the metallic creak echoing into the night. "Let's just get out of here," Kelly urged, her eyes wide with fear. "Yeah," I agreed, my heart still racing. "Let's go." As we walked away, I glanced back at the estate one last time. The windows seemed to flicker with a life of their own. and for a brief moment, I swore I saw a figure staring out at us, a ghostly silhouette against the pale light. "Did you see that?" I gasped, stopping in my tracks. "See what?" Kelly asked, turning to follow my gaze. "Over there in the window." But the window was dark again, nothing but a reflection of the moonlight on the glass. "I think we should just keep moving," she insisted, grabbing my arm. We hurried away, the weight of the estate lifting as we put distance between us and the past. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that the house still held its secrets, whispering them into the night, waiting for the next curious soul to venture into its grasp. And as the town faded behind us, I knew I would never forget the haunting echoes of the Hawthorne estate, a reminder that some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some doors are best left closed. Story 9. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a blood-red hue over the abandoned asylum, its looming silhouette a jagged monster against the twilight sky. I never intended to explore this place, but curiosity had a way of leading me into trouble. My friends had dared me. "No way you'll actually do it," they said, smirking. But when the last light of day faded and the shadows crept closer, I couldn't back down. With a shaky breath, I stepped through the rusted gates, the metal creaking like bones protesting a new weight. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, wrapping around me like a shroud. "Just a quick look," I muttered to myself, though deep down I felt the stirrings of dread. Inside, the walls were covered in peeling paint, their stark white now a ghostly gray under layers of grime. I flicked on my flashlight, the beam dancing over cracked tiles and broken furniture, remnants of lives once lived. A chill whispered down my spine, and I could swear I heard whispers, faint but persistent, echoing through the halls. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling, swallowed by the emptiness. Silence answered. I ventured deeper, the floorboards groaning beneath my feet like tortured souls. Each step seemed to amplify the strange noises around me, a cacophony of creaks and distant thuds. The hairs on my arms stood on end. "It's nothing," I whispered, but the words felt hollow, as if I was trying to convince not just myself, but whatever presence might be lurking in the darkness. As I turned a corner, I stumbled into a room that looked like it had been frozen in time. A tattered bed sat against one wall, and a small mirror hung crookedly above an old dresser. In the mirror's reflection, I caught a glimpse of something. No, someone. Standing just behind me. My heart raced. I whipped around, but the room was empty. Just the flickering shadows, dancing like they knew secrets I didn't. "Get a grip," I scolded myself, forcing a laugh that echoed too loudly in the stillness. "It's just your mind playing tricks." But the laughter faded, replaced by a heavy silence that pressed down on me. I stepped closer to the bed, my curiosity outweighing my fear. The chill swept through the room, and I felt it, a palpable presence, as if the air thickened with unspoken words. Suddenly a loud crash erupted from the hallway, a sound that rattled my bones. "What the hell was that?" I gasped, my heart hammering against my ribcage. I hesitated, caught between my instinct to run and the morbid curiosity that urged me to investigate. With a deep breath, I edged toward the open door, its hinges groaning in protest. I stepped out, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. It flickered briefly, and I cursed under my breath. "Not now, you piece of junk." I moved cautiously down the hall, the floorboards creaking ominously every step. As I approached the source of the noise, I noticed a door slightly ajar at the end of the corridor. A faint light flickered from within, casting an eerie glow that seemed almost inviting. Maybe someone else is here, I thought, hope mingling with unease. Pushing the door open, I was met with an unexpected sight. The room was filled with old photographs plastered over the walls, faces frozen in expressions of joy and sorrow. In the center stood an old wooden table, covered with dust and cobwebs, but it was the chair beside it that caught my eye. It was rocking gently, as if someone had just vacated it. "Hello," I called again, my voice wavering. "Is anyone here?" No reply, just the soft creaking of the chair. I stepped closer, curiosity overcoming caution. Each photograph seemed to tell a story, but one in particular drew my attention. A young girl, no older than 10, her eyes hauntingly wide, filled with unspoken fear. I felt a shiver race up my spine. "Who are you?" "Who are you?" I murmured, reaching out to touch the frame. The air shifted, cold and heavy, wrapping around me like a vice. Just then, a low moan echoed through the room, sending my heart into a frenzy. I spun around, the flashlight flickering again, casting erratic shadows that danced along the walls. "Okay, this is getting ridiculous," I said, trying to sound brave. If you're trying to sound brave, if you're trying to scare me, it's working." I took a step back, my instincts screaming at me to leave. That's when I heard it, a soft giggle, like the tinkling of distant bells, echoing from somewhere beyond the door I had just entered. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice cracking. The giggle faded, replaced by a whisper, barely audible. "Help me." I froze, my blood running cold. The voice was fragile, desperate. "Help me." It repeated, the words wrapping around my mind like a noose. "Please." I stumbled back toward the door, my instincts taking over. "I can't help you," I shouted into the darkness, fear overtaking me. The rocking chair stopped abruptly, as if whatever had been there had turned its attention to me. I bolted from the room, the sound of my own footsteps pounding in my ears. I raced back down the corridor, my heart pounding like a war drum. The walls seemed to close in around me, the photographs leering as I passed. I could hear whispers now, a chorus of voices rising in a crescendo of despair. "Help us! Help us!" The cries twisted in my mind, drowning out my rational thoughts. I burst into another hallway, desperate to find an exit. The air was heavy, suffocating, and I could feel the weight of unseen eyes watching me. "Get out! Get out!" I screamed, my voice echoing off the walls. A door at the far end of the hall stood ajar, a sliver of moonlight cutting through the darkness. I sprinted toward it, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Just as I reached for the doorknob, a hand shot out from the shadows, grabbing my wrist. I yelped, the sound tearing from my throat as I turned to face the figure. It was a woman, her face pale, eyes wide with fear. "You can't leave," she gasped, her grip surprisingly strong. "You have to help us." "What do you mean?" I stammered, panic rising in my chest. "What do you mean?" I stammered, panic rising in my chest. "The others? They can't rest," she pleaded, her voice trembling. "You have to find them. You have to help them move on." I shook my head, trying to pull away. "I'm not involved in this. I was just curious." But her grip tightened, and I felt an overwhelming urge to listen. "What do you want me to do?" "Find the girl," she whispered, her breath cold against my skin. "She's lost. She needs you." Then, as suddenly as she had appeared, she faded back into the shadows, leaving me alone in the corridor. The whispers grew louder, swirling around me like a storm. It was maddening, the cacophony of voices rising and falling like waves crashing against the shore. I stumbled back toward the room with the photographs, feeling a strange pull guiding me back. "All right," All right, I shouted, my voice trembling. I'll help. Just stop. I turned back into the room, my heart racing. The photograph stared back at me, the girl's face now seeming to pulse with urgency. I approached the photographs again, studying them closely. Where are you? Where are you? I murmured, my fingers brushing against the glass of the frames. As I did, I noticed something odd about the girl's picture. The edges around her form seemed to shimmer, almost as if she was trying to break free. Please. I whispered, heart racing. Show me. Suddenly, the photograph began to ripple like water, and the room around me shifted. The walls blurred, and I was enveloped in darkness. A moment later, I found myself standing in a foggy field, the air thick with mist. I could see the silhouette of an old playground in the distance, rusted swings swaying gently in the breeze. Is this where you are? I called out, dread sinking in my gut. The fog swirled, and from it emerged the girl, her eyes wide, filled with both fear and hope. You found me, she said, her voice soft like a whisper of wind. I don't know how, I stammered, feeling an odd connection to her. What do I do? Help me, she said, reaching out. I can't leave until they know I'm safe. I glanced around, the fog thickening around us. Who do I need to help? Everyone, she replied, her form flickering. You have to tell them. You have to make them listen. Okay, I said, resolve hardening within me. I'll do it. I promise. With that, the fog enveloped me once more, and I felt myself being pulled back into the asylum. I landed back in the room, the photographs now dimmed, but the girl's face still shone brightly. You must tell them, she urged, her voice echoing in my mind. I will, I shouted, adrenaline coursing through me. I'll make them listen. Suddenly, the shadows coalesced around me, voices rising in a chaotic symphony. I felt the weight of their anger, their sorrow, and I knew I had to break through. Listen, I cried, my voice shaking with conviction. You're not alone. She needs you to move on. The whispers grew louder, swirling around me like a tempest. Help us! Help us! They cried. But I stood firm, unyielding. You have to let go, I yelled, desperation tinging my voice. You can't linger here any longer. You can't linger here any longer. You have to find peace. I could feel the energy shifting, the tension in the air growing lighter. The shadows began to recede, and the photographs brightened. In that moment, I understood. You can be free, I pleaded. Just let her go. Sudden silence enveloped the room, and I felt a wave of warmth wash over me. The girl smiled, her form shimmering like sunlight breaking through clouds. Thank you, she whispered, her voice like a gentle breeze. You've set us free. With that, everything shifted. The photographs faded, the whispers quieting to a soft hum. I blinked, and the room was empty, the shadows receding into nothingness. I stood alone, heart racing, feeling both exhilarated and hollow. Just then, I noticed the door at the end of the hall ajar once more. I stepped toward it cautiously, the air feeling lighter, freer. As I pushed it open, the moonlight flooded the room, illuminating the path ahead. I took a deep breath, stepping out into the cool night air. Behind me, the asylum faded into the darkness, its secrets finally laid to rest. I walked away, the weight of the past slowly lifting, knowing I had played a part in something far greater than myself. As the moon hung high, I realized that sometimes, even in the depths of horror, there lies a chance for redemption. Story 10. The old church sat at the end of a winding road, swallowed by the encroaching forest. Its weathered facade leaned towards the ground, as if burdened by countless secrets. I had stumbled upon it while hiking, the path barely visible through the underbrush. Curiosity pulled me closer, the kind that tinged the back of my mind with unease. I pushed the creaky door open, the hinges groaning like a wounded animal. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the scent of mildew. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting eerie patterns on the stone floor. Each step I took sent a puff of dust swirling into the air. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. It echoed back, distorted, as if the church itself were alive, mocking my intrusion. I remembered reading about this place. A church abandoned after a series of mysterious disappearances. Decades ago, people had come to seek solace here, but instead, they found only despair. They said the locals avoided it after dark. I chuckled nervously, half expecting someone to jump out and scare me. "Come on, it's just an old building," I muttered, trying to convince myself. I wandered further inside, drawn to the altar. It loomed ahead, draped in shadows, and as I approached I felt a chill crawl up my spine. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed from above. I jerked my head up, heart racing. What was that? The rafters creaked ominously, and I could have sworn I heard whispers. Soft, unintelligible murmurs that danced just beyond my comprehension. "Okay, that's it," I said aloud, trying to sound brave. "Just the wind." But deep down I knew it wasn't the wind. I turned to leave, but the door slammed shut with a violent bang. My breath hitched in my throat, and panic clawed at my insides. "Let me out," I shouted, pounding on the heavy wood. "Is anyone there? Let me out." Silence answered, heavy and suffocating. I stepped back, glancing around the church for another way out. The windows were high and barred, offering no escape. The only movement was the dust motes swirling in the shafts of light. I turned back to the altar, feeling an inexplicable pull toward it. As I approached, I noticed something peculiar. A small, worn journal resting on the edge. Its cover was cracked, and the pages yellowed with age. I picked it up, my fingers brushing over the embossed letters. Reverend Thomas. Curiosity outweighed my fear, and I opened it. The handwriting was shaky, frantic. The last entry sent chills through me. "They come at night," it read. "I can hear them whispering, calling my name. If I don't write this down, I fear I'll forget who I am." I shuddered, the air growing colder around me. Suddenly the whispers grew louder, swirling around me like a tempest. "Help us! Help us!" The voices were pitiful, desperate. I dropped the journal, my heart racing, and stumbled back. "What do you want?" I yelled, my voice trembling. In the corner of my eye, a shadow shifted. I turned, squinting into the dim light. A figure lurked at the edge of the altar, barely visible. "Who's there?" I called out, fear coating my words. The figure stepped into the light, revealing a young woman with hollow cheeks and wide, sunken eyes. "You shouldn't be here," she rasped, her voice hoarse. "They'll take you too." I swallowed hard, my instincts screaming at me to run. Who will take me?" "The lost souls," she whispered, glancing around as if the shadows themselves were listening. "They're hungry. They feed on fear." A sudden gust of wind rattled the stained glass, and I stumbled back, my heart pounding. "I need to leave," I shouted, darting toward the door. But it wouldn't budge. "It's locked. They won't let you go," she said, her voice tinged with a haunting sadness. They never let anyone go. I turned to her, desperation clawing at my throat. You were taken too. How long have you been here? Too long, she replied, tears glistening in her eyes. I came to help the pastor. I thought he could save me, but he was already lost. The shadows around us seemed to writhe, and the whispers grew louder, a cacophony of tormented souls. Help us! Help us! Shut up! I screamed, clutching my head as the voices pierced through my mind. Leave me alone! No! The woman grabbed my arm, her grip strong, her eyes fierce. You have to listen. You need to find the altar, the heart of this place. Only then can you break the curse. I hesitated, torn between fear and a flicker of hope. But how? Speak their names, she urged, her voice urgent. Remember them. They'll listen if you remember. I looked around, the church shifting around me as if alive. What names? I don't know any names. Think, she insisted, shaking my arm. Shh, the ones who disappeared. You've read about them. They're waiting for you to remember. My mind raced back to the articles I had read, the stories of lost souls, of people who had vanished without a trace. Mark, Lily, Thomas, I shouted, the names spilling out in a rush. As I spoke, the shadows pulsed, shifting and swirling, the whispers rising to a frantic crescendo. Yes, yes, they echoed, a chorus of yearning. The woman stepped back, her expression softening. The woman stepped back, her expression softening. You're doing it. Keep going. Who else? I gasped, fear and adrenaline surging through me. James, Sarah, please. I don't want to stay here. The air thickened, and for a moment the shadows flickered like candle flames. Remember us, they pleaded, their voices a haunting lullaby. I felt a warmth spreading through my chest, and the oppressive weight of despair began to lift. I remember, I cried, my voice rising above the chaos. I remember you all. Suddenly the church shook, dust raining from the ceiling. The whispers turned into screams, a whirlwind of anguish and longing. Free us, they cried. The woman stepped closer, her eyes shimmering with a strange light. It's working! You're breaking the curse! Get back! I yelled, instinctively moving away as the shadows writhed in fury. I don't want to be taken. No, she shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. You must stand firm. Call their names. Mark, Lily, Thomas, James, Sarah, I screamed, my voice trembling but resolute. The shadows recoiled, howling in rage. I shielded my eyes, feeling the warmth wrap around me like a protective cocoon. Go, the woman urged, her form beginning to fade. You did it. You have to leave. No. I won't leave you, I cried, reaching out to her. She was slipping away, the light consuming her. Remember us, she whispered, her voice echoing in my mind. Then, with a deafening roar, the shadows were gone, replaced by a stillness that felt almost reverent. I blinked against the light, and the door creaked open, welcoming me back into the world outside. I stumbled out, gasping for breath, the cool air hitting my face like a splash of cold water. I turned back to the church, now just a shadowy silhouette against the evening sky. Thank you, I whispered, unsure if anyone would hear. As I walked away, I felt a strange sense of peace. The whispers still lingered in my mind, but now they were more of a gentle hum, a reminder of those who had once been lost. The forest closed around me, but I knew I had escaped. The weight of the past settled behind me, and I smiled faintly. For every name I had echoed, it finally found its way home. Story 11. The night air was thick with the scent of damp earth as I trudged down the winding road, the moon hanging low and heavy, the ghostly eye watching my every step. I had always loved the thrill of exploring abandoned places, but tonight, An unsettling vibe clung to the atmosphere. Like a web spun too tight, the woods surrounding me whispered secrets I didn't want to hear. Rustling leaves brushing against one another like hushed warnings. Why do we come out here? I muttered to myself, my voice swallowed by the night. The old Milbury house loomed ahead, its silhouette jagged against the glimmering stars. It had been the talk of the town for years. A place where shadows danced too freely, and echoes of the past still lingered. I had heard about the disappearances, the strange sightings, but curiosity had overridden my caution, as it often did. I stepped onto the creaking porch, the wood groaning under my weight like it was protesting my presence. Just a quick look, I promised myself. I'll be in and out. The door hung ajar, an invitation I really should have ignored. With a tentative push, it swung open, revealing the darkened interior, the air stale and thick like a forgotten tomb. My flashlight flickered to life, casting a narrow beam into the depths of the house. The walls were lined with peeling wallpaper, patterned flowers faded into ghostly shapes, and the floor was littered with remnants of a life long abandoned. Broken furniture, shattered glass, and a thick layer of dust that seemed to hold memories of dust, that seemed to hold memories of its own. Hello? My voice echoed, the sound swallowed by the oppressive silence. I stepped further inside, the beam of my flashlight dancing across the room. A chill skittered down my spine as I caught sight of a mirror, its surface clouded and cracked. I approached it hesitantly, feeling an inexplicable pull. As I peered into the glass, my own reflection stared back, but something was off. The shadow behind me didn't seem to match my movements. Just the lighting, I whispered, shaking my head as I turned away. Get a grip. I moved into what used to be the living room, where the air felt heavier, thick with a tension I couldn't place. The piano sat in the corner, its keys yellowed and silent. I reached out, running my fingers over the dusty surface, and a single note rang out, echoing through the empty house like a ghostly lament. Ugh, creepy, I said to no one, my heart racing. Suddenly, the temperature dropped, and I could see my breath fogging in front of me. The hairs on my arms stood on end as I felt the presence, an awareness that I was not alone. I turned sharply, aiming my flashlight into the shadowy corners of the room. Is anyone there? I called, my voice a shaky whisper. Silence answered, but then came the unmistakable sound of a soft giggle, like a child playing hide and seek. My blood ran cold. This isn't funny, I shouted, though my voice trembled. The giggle echoed again, playful and haunting, luring me deeper into the house. Against my better judgment, I followed the sound, the beam of my flashlight trembling as I moved. I stepped into a narrow hallway, the wallpaper peeling in strips, revealing the bare wood beneath. The giggle faded, replaced by a low moan that slithered up my spine. Okay, this is too much, I mumbled. But my feet moved of their own accord, pushing me further down the hall. At the end, a door stood slightly ajar, the faintest glimmer of light seeping through the crack. I pushed it open, the hinges groaning like a warning. The room inside was small, cluttered with old toys and dust-covered furniture. A single flickering bulb swung from the ceiling, casting erratic shadows that danced like phantoms. Hello, I ventured again, stepping inside. And there she was, a little girl, no older than 7, sitting cross-legged on the floor, her pigtails swaying as she played with a disheveled doll. Her eyes were wide, staring blankly at me, the pupils dark and hollow. Are you lost? I asked, the question slipping out before I could think better of it. She didn't respond, just continued to play, her tiny fingers brushing over the doll's tattered dress. I felt a tug at my heart. I can help you find your way home, I said softly. Home, she echoed, her voice chillingly soft. The words hung in the air like a warning. I took a step closer, and the air shifted, turning thick with an unshakable dread. "Where are your parents?" I pressed, feeling the weight of her silence. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind me with a deafening bang. Bang! My heart raced, and panic bubbled in my throat. I turned to the door, yanking at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. I was trapped. "Let me out!" I shouted, but my voice cracked, desperation clawing at me. The girl remained still, her gaze locked onto mine, a ghostly smile creeping across her lips. "Stay," she whispered, the word dripping with an unnatural sweetness. "What do you mean, stay?" I stammered, backing away, my back hitting the wall. "I need to go." "Stay forever," she replied, tilting her head, her pigtails swaying like pendulums. The room grew colder, shadows pressing in on me from all sides. The room grew colder, shadows pressing in on me from all sides. I could hear the whisper of voices, indistinct but demanding, echoing in my mind. My flashlight flickered, and I felt the light dim as fear clawed at my insides. "Please, let me out," I pleaded, my voice a frantic whisper now. The girl stood, her doll clutched tightly in her hands, her smile widening, revealing teeth that were far too sharp. "You can't leave. You're already home," she said, her voice now layered with an echo, as if the walls themselves were speaking. The shadows twisted, and I felt their cold fingers brush against my skin. I turned, frantically banging on the door, my heart pounding like a drum. "Help! Someone! Let me out! Help!" The girl laughed, a sound that echoed with malice. A sound that echoed with malice. "They can't hear you." I turned back to her, desperation clawing at my chest. I screamed, adrenaline surging through me. I threw my shoulder against the door, slamming it again and again, until I felt the wood begin to give way. "Stay!" she demanded, her voice rising. With one final push, the door burst open, and I stumbled into the hallway, my heart racing. I ran as fast as my legs could carry me, the echoes of her laughter trailing behind me like a sinister melody. The house seemed to shift around me, the walls closing in, the shadows stretching and twisting. "Get out! Get out!" I screamed, my breath ragged as I sprinted for the front door. Just as I reached it, a shadow darted past me, blocking my path. I froze, the cold air wrapping around me tighter than a vice. "You're not leaving," came the girl's voice, now laced with something darker, more threatening. I turned to run back, but found the hallway had transformed into a maze of darkness, the rooms shifting like a living entity. Panic surged through me as I scrambled for another way out. "Help! I need help!" I cried, but the walls only echoed my fear. Suddenly a figure emerged from the shadows. A man, his face obscured, but his eyes glowed eerily in the darkness. "You shouldn't have come here," he rasped, his voice like gravel. "Please, I just want to leave," I begged, tears stinging my eyes. "You can't escape her," he said, gesturing towards the girl who had now appeared behind me, her smile wide and terrifying. "She needs company." "No," I shouted, the word bursting from my lips as I turned to run again. But the moment I did, the darkness surged around me, wrapping me in a suffocating embrace. I stumbled, the shadows pulling me down into their depths. I fought against it, clawing at the air, but it was no use. With one final scream, I was swallowed whole. When I awoke, the first thing I noticed was the silence, profound stillness. It felt foreign. I opened my eyes to find myself in the very same room I had tried to escape. The girl was gone, but the shadows remained, lurking just out of sight. I was still in the Milbury house, and the door was wide open. inviting me back into the darkened world beyond. Welcome home, a whisper echoed through the air, and I realized with dread that I was now part of the house haunted, forever trapped in its web of shadows, waiting for the next curious soul to wander in. As the door creaked shut behind me, I understood what the girl had meant. Home wasn't a place, it was a trap. Story 12. The first time I saw the old church, it was just a shadow rising against the twilight sky. The way its steeple pierced the darkening clouds sent a chill crawling down my spine. I had heard the whispers of the town, the stories of the people who had vanished, never to be seen again. But curiosity has a way of steering the mind toward the unknown. Hey, you're not thinking of going in there, are you? Mike, my best friend since childhood, asked, squinting at the structure. His voice was a low murmur, almost drowned out by the rustling leaves. The wind howled, threading through the trees like a warning. Why not? It's just an old church, I replied, trying to inject confidence into my tone. My heart raced, a mix of fear and thrill. You scared? Scared? Nah. Just cautious. He chuckled, but I could hear the tremor in his voice. No one knows what happened to those people. Exactly. That's what makes it interesting. I pushed through the rusted gate, the hinges creaking like old bones. The yard was overgrown, weeds climbing the broken gravestones, their inscriptions blurred by time. As I walked closer, the air thickened, heavy with an unseen presence. Okay, fine. But if we die, it's on you, Mike said, trailing behind me. The door to the church groaned under my touch, revealing a dimly lit interior. Dust danced in the beams of sunlight filtering through stained glass windows, flickering like trapped spirits. The air smelled of decay, and something else I couldn't quite place. Something sweet. Look at this place, I breathed, stepping inside. The floorboards creaked ominously beneath my feet. It's like a time capsule, more like a tomb, Mike shot back, glancing around nervously. You sure we should be here? Relax. It's just an old building. I waved him off. Though my skin prickled with unease, I moved deeper into the nave, the shadows stretching like fingers across the dusty pews. The floor was littered with broken glass and forgotten hymns, the air thick with silence. As I turned to explore, a sudden chill swept through the room, making me shiver. Did you feel that? I asked, looking back at Mike, but he was frozen, staring at something behind me. Yeah. What is that? His voice was barely a whisper. I followed his gaze. At the far end of the church, a flickering candle sat on the altar, the flame dancing wildly. Despite the absence of wind, my heart raced. Who would light a candle in a place like this? Mike stepped forward, squinting. Maybe someone else is here. Or maybe it's just an old trick, I suggested, but the unease in my gut told me otherwise. I approached the altar, the candle illuminating a dusty Bible, its pages yellowed and brittle. I reached out, brushing my fingers against the cover. A sudden gust of wind slammed the door shut behind us with a deafening bang. Whoa! What the hell? Mike jumped, his eyes wide, reflecting the flickering flame. It's just the wind, I said, forcing a laugh that felt hollow. Let's get out of here. But as I turned, a figure appeared in the shadows, cloaked in darkness. I blinked, trying to make sense of it. The air turned cold, a biting chill that sunk into my bones. My heart thundered in my chest. Mike, I called, but my voice wavered. Yeah, he replied, but there was a tremor in his tone. Did you see that? I stumbled backward, my feet catching on the debris. See what? He stepped closer, his brow furrowed. What are you talking about? Over there. There was someone. I pointed at the empty space, but it only revealed the dusty air and its shadows. I swear I saw someone. Okay, Let's just breathe. Mike ran a hand through his hair, trying to calm himself. Maybe it's just our imaginations. Or maybe it's something else, I muttered, my eyes darting around. Candle flickered again, casting ominous shapes on the walls. Creak went the floorboards behind us, and we both froze. What was that? Mike's eyes widened, his voice barely above a whisper. I don't know, I said, my pulse quickening. I don't know, I said, my pulse quickening. We should go. As I turned to leave, the air thickened, making it harder to breathe. The shadows seemed to stretch, reaching out, and the candle suddenly extinguished, plunging us into darkness. My heart raced as I felt the panic rise. I fumbled for the door, but it wouldn't budge. Shit! It's locked, I shouted, pulling at the handle with all my might. We need to find another way out. Over there. Mike pointed toward a dim light flickering at the back of the church. Maybe it's a window. I grabbed his arm, urgency fueling my movements. Let's go. We dashed through the aisles, the darkness closing in, the silence almost deafening. As we neared the light, I could make out more shapes, old pews, torn hymnals, and something else. A figure stood beneath the light, its face obscured. Who was there? I called out, my voice trembling. The figure didn't respond, only tilted its head as if studying us. I could see a glimmer of something in its eyes, a haunting glow that sent a shiver down my spine. Let's get out of here. Mike grabbed my hand, pulling me back toward the door, but the figure stepped forward, revealing a face twisted in despair, lips moving soundlessly like a marionette. Help me, it mouthed, the words barely a whisper, yet echoing in my mind. What do you want? I shouted, panic lacing my words. Help me, it repeated, and something within me twisted in response. The figure reached out, fingers gnarled and pale, as if beckoning me closer. No, stay back, I yelled, pulling Mike with me as we stumbled toward the entrance. The door still resisted, the metal cold and unyielding. What the hell is happening? Just keep pushing, Mike shouted, pressing against the door with me. The figure's voice echoed in my mind, a haunting melody that sent chills racing down my spine. Help me. With one final shove, the door creaked open, revealing the dim evening. We burst through, gasping for air as we stumbled into the graveyard, the cool night air biting at our skin. Run, Mike yelled, and we sprinted across the uneven ground, the shadows of the church looming behind us. I felt the weight of unseen eyes on my back, the entity's presence clinging to me like a shroud. We didn't stop until we reached the road, the sound of our breaths mingling with the rustling leaves. Did you see it? Did you hear it? I panted, my heart racing. Yeah, I saw it. What the hell was that? Mike's face was pale, eyes wide with terror. I don't know. But we can't go back there. We need to warn everyone. I glanced back at the church, now just a silhouette against the night. We need to get out of here. As we made our way back to the town, the shadows seemed to shift behind us, whispering secrets in a language I couldn't understand. The figure's voice lingered in my mind, a melody of despair that echoed in the depths of my thoughts. I had felt its pain, its longing, and it would haunt me long after we left that cursed place. When we reached the diner at the edge of town, I burst through the door, breathless and frantic. You have to listen to me. The church, there's something wrong. People are missing. The few patrons looked up from their meals, eyes narrowing with suspicion. The waitress paused, her brow furrowing. You two okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. Not a ghost. A monster. Mike shouted, desperation seeping into his voice. Calm down. The diner owner, an older man with a pockmarked face, stepped in. What are you talking about? People go missing near that church. We just saw someone. I insisted, my voice trembling. "We need to warn everyone." "Listen, kid," the owner said, his tone dismissive. "That church has been abandoned for years. Nothing happens there. It's a trap," I shouted, frustration rising. "You don't understand. We felt it. We saw it. We saw it." The patrons exchanged glances, skepticism written on their faces. I felt a wave of despair wash over me. Had I just imagined it all? Was the figure just a figment of my imagination? A trick of the light? But deep down I knew the truth. Just come with us, I pleaded, desperation clawing at my throat. "You have to see for yourselves." "Fine." The owner relented, his tone heavy with reluctance. "But you better not be wasting my time." But we piled into a couple of cars, the tension thick in the air as we headed back to the church. The moon hung high, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. As we approached the church, I felt the weight of dread settle into my bones. "This is where we saw it," I said, pointing at the entrance. The door hung open, creaking softly in the wind. "All right, let's check it out," the owner said, stepping forward. I hesitated, fear creeping back into my heart, but I followed him anyway. As we stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted. The air grew colder, and the shadows deepened. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us, the whispers of the past echoing through the walls. "All right, where is this monster?" the owner scoffed, but his bravado faltered as he caught sight of the flickering candle on the altar. "It was right there," I said, pointing. "Someone lit it." "Okay, this is getting weird," he muttered, glancing around. The others shifted uneasily, their eyes darting nervously. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the church, and the door slammed shut behind us. Panic surged through the group, and I felt my heart drop into my stomach. "Get out!" I yelled, but the shadows seemed to close in, swallowing the light. The figure emerged from the darkness, its hollow eyes boring into mine. "Help me!" It rasped, and the floorboards creaked ominously beneath us. "Run!" I shouted, pushing past the others as they scrambled toward the door. The figure loomed closer, its outstretched hand reaching for me, and I felt an overwhelming urge to flee. As we burst through the door and into the night, the weight of darkness lifted, and the church stood silent behind us. The other patrons were wide-eyed, breaths coming in frantic gasps. "What was that?" one of them gasped, trembling. "I don't know," I whispered, my heart still racing. "But we have to leave. We can't come back here." As we drove away, I glanced back at the church, the shadows stretching across the yard. I knew we had escaped, but the figure's haunting plea echoed in my mind. It would linger, a reminder of the darkness that lay just beyond the light, waiting for its next unsuspecting victim, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it would never let go of me. Story 13. The silence of the old library was suffocating, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of a wall clock that hung like a pendulum, marking the slow passage of time. Dust motes danced in the pale light streaming through the high windows, creating a ghostly atmosphere. I'd taken a job there thinking it would be a quiet place to immerse myself in my writing, but as weeks passed, the library revealed a strange undercurrent of dread. It was an unusually cold October afternoon when I first felt it. A prickling sensation along the back of my neck. I was cataloging a stack of ancient tomes when the lights flickered. "Just a short circuit," I muttered to myself, dismissing the unease. I continued working, but the air grew heavier, thick with an unshakable tension. That evening I found myself alone, the only sound a whisper of turning pages, and the occasional creak of the building settling. I took a moment to stretch, glancing at the fading daylight outside. The sun dipped below the horizon, leaving the library cloaked in shadows. The air felt charged, like the moment before a storm. I shivered, pulling my cardigan tighter around me. A sudden noise made me jump, a thud from the basement. My heart raced. Hello, I called out, but only silence answered. I remembered reading about a missing librarian from decades ago. Last seen heading to the basement. Was it just my imagination? Or did the air grow colder? I hesitated, my instincts screaming to stay put, but curiosity tugged at me. I grabbed a flashlight, the beam flickering weakly as I descended the creaking stairs. Each step echoed in the stillness, amplifying my anxiety. At the bottom, darkness swallowed me whole. I swept the light across the dusty shelves stacked with forgotten books. Anyone down here? I whispered, my voice barely breaking the silence. The flashlight revealed a narrow passageway that led to a heavy door, slightly ajar. It seemed to beckon me closer, an inexplicable force urging me forward. I pushed it open, and it creaked ominously. Inside, the air was stale, heavy with the scent of mildew. The beam from my flashlight landed on a table covered in yellowed papers and faded photographs. I stepped closer, my heart pounding as I examined the images. They were old, depicting the library in its early days, but one photo caught my eye. A woman stood among a group of librarians, her smile hauntingly familiar. I leaned in, squinting at the detail. It was the same woman from the missing person report, her eyes sparkling with life. Yet they seemed to bore into my soul. Suddenly a low moan echoed from the far corner of the room. I froze, the hairs on my arms standing on end. Is someone there? I managed to croak, my voice shaky. No answer came, but the moan persisted, a mournful sound that twisted my stomach. I turned, shining my flashlight into the shadows. But nothing moved. The darkness felt alive. Crawling closer, with a surge of adrenaline, I dashed back toward the staircase, but as I reached for the handle, it slammed shut. Panic gripped me. Let me out, I shouted, pounding against the door. My breath quickened, and the moan grew louder, more insistent, echoing through the walls. Please, let me out. Then, a soft whisper floated through the air, barely audible. Help me. I froze, my heart thundering in my chest. It was her voice, the woman from the photograph. I'm here, I called, desperation lacing my words. What do you need? The moan turned into a wail, reverberating through the room. The walls seemed to pulse, and I pressed my back against the door, feeling its cold surface. I'll help you. Just tell me how. The light flickered again, and I glanced around, half expecting shadows to leap out at me. You must find the truth, the voice urged, a strange clarity breaking through the fog of fear. Free me from the darkness. My mind raced. The truth? What truth? I thought of the missing librarian, the rumors surrounding her disappearance. Perhaps if I could uncover what happened, I could help her spirit find peace. I will, I promised, my voice stronger now, steadier. They'll find out what happened to you. A pause followed, then a shuddering breath echoed around me. Thank you. The weight of the darkness seemed to lift, and the door swung open with a creak, revealing the staircase above. I hesitated only a moment before scrambling up the steps, the chill of dread still clinging to me. Back in the main library, I felt a new urgency. I needed to dig deeper to uncover the secrets hidden in the shelves. The next day I spent hours sifting through archives, old newspapers, and records. The name of the missing librarian was Clara, and as I pieced together her story, the threads began to entwine. Her passion for the library, her dedication, and the whispers of the supernatural that had surrounded her. Days passed, each moment heavy with the weight of my discoveries. Clara had been investigating a series of strange disappearances, and there were rumors of a cursed book hidden within the library's walls. I could almost feel her presence, guiding me as I searched for this fabled tome. One night, I found myself back in the basement, drawn to a shadowy nook I had overlooked before. My flashlight flickered, casting eerie shapes on the wall. As I rummaged through the dust-laden boxes, my fingers brushed against something cold. An ornate book, its cover adorned with strange symbols. I hesitated, the warnings echoing in my mind. But the urge to uncover the truth was overwhelming. I opened the book, and the pages fluttered as if a gust of wind had swept through the room. Strange symbols and writings filled the pages, and as I read, a chill washed over me. The book spoke of a ritual, a way to release the trapped souls. But it required a sacrifice. What have you done? Clara's voice echoed in my mind, filled with sorrow. I shouted into the darkness, the weight of the choice before me settling heavily on my shoulders. But I need to know what happened to you. The air thickened, and the shadows twisted around me. I could feel Clara's presence, a mix of desperation and hope. You must decide, she whispered, her voice barely a breath. But know that the price is steep. I took a deep breath, trembling with uncertainty. I'll do it. I'll set you free. As I began the incantation, the atmosphere shifted. The shadows danced wildly, and the temperature plummeted. Clara! I'm here, I cried, my voice rising in urgency. I won't let you suffer anymore. The room erupted in chaos. Books flew from the shelves, the lights flickered violently, and a cacophony of wails filled the air. I pressed on, invoking the final words with trembling conviction. Then silence fell. The chaos faded into stillness, leaving me gasping for breath. The air felt lighter, a sense of peace settling around me. I opened my eyes, and for a fleeting moment, I saw Clara, a shimmering figure bathed in soft light. She smiled, a look of gratitude washing over her features. Thank you, she whispered, and then she was gone. The basement returned to its mundane state. The oppressive weight lifted. I stood alone, the book clutched tightly in my hands, a sense of relief flooding through me. I had unraveled the mystery, set her spirit free, but at what cost? The next day, I returned to the library, determined to share Clara's story. As I entered, the familiar ticking of the clock greeted me, but now it felt different. Less foreboding, more like a heartbeat, a reminder of what I had accomplished. Hey, you okay? A fellow librarian asked, noticing my weary expression. Yeah, I replied, offering a faint smile. Just had a long night. With a newfound sense of purpose, I began writing Clara's story, ensuring she would not be forgotten. As I wrote, I could almost hear her laughter in the air, a melody intertwined with the whispers of the library. The setting had changed. The shadows lingered, but I had faced the darkness, and now, with every word I penned, I felt her spirit guiding me, a reminder that some stories are meant to be told, even from beyond the grave. Story 14. The wind howled through the skeletal trees surrounding the old church, their twisted branches clawing at the moonlit sky like desperate hands. I leaned against the crumbling stone wall, a chill seeping into my bones, and peered through the crack-stained glass. Shadows danced behind the pulpit, flitting in and out of the dim light, and an uneasy feeling settled in my stomach. A local legend claimed that the church had been abandoned after the last priest mysteriously vanished, rumored to have been taken by the very spirits he tried to exorcise. Are you sure about this? Mark's voice broke through the eerie silence, his breath fogging in the cold night air. He stood a few steps behind me, his frame tense, eyes darting to the surrounding darkness. "Come on. It's just an old building. We're here for the thrill," I replied, though I felt a knot of doubt tightening in my chest. The thrill of exploring haunted places always seemed more appealing in daylight, not under the oppressive weight of night. "You remember last time? The shadows, the whispers," Mark reminded me, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, as if the ghosts might overhear. "I still hear them sometimes." "Stop it!" But the whisper of wind through the broken windows sounded almost like a hushed voice, beckoning me closer. I shook my head, dispelling the thought as I pushed open the heavy door, its creak echoing like a groan of the long dead. Inside, the air was stale, thick with dust and the scent of decay. Moonlight spilled through the shattered glass, casting eerie patterns on the floor. As I stepped inside, I felt an odd sensation, like 1,000 tiny fingers brushing against my skin. I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me. "Do you see that?" Mark asked, pointing toward the altar. I squinted into the shadows. "What?" "Over there, it looks like something." He took a cautious step forward, and I followed, heart racing. As we moved closer, the shape began to resolve, a figure cloaked in darkness, standing perfectly still at the far end of the altar. The air around it felt charged, and I instinctively reached out to grab Mark's arm. "Let's go," I whispered, my breath hitching in my throat. But as I turned to leave, a low moan echoed through the church, reverberating off the walls and sending a chill down my spine. Mark froze, eyes wide. "What was that? What might be unwind there, Mara?" "I don't know," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "We should..." Suddenly the figure shifted, its form blurring before our eyes. I could see its face, or what I thought was a face. Hollow eyes gazed out from a pallid, twisted visage, mouth opening in a silent scream. "Run!" I screamed, dragging Mark back toward the door. The moan intensified, morphing into a cacophony of anguished cries, the sound of agony and despair that clawed at my sanity. Mark stumbled behind me, and as we reached the exit, the door slammed shut, the sound echoing like a gunshot through the church. I pressed against it, trying to shove it open, but it wouldn't budge. "Help!" I shouted, panic rising as I banged on the door. "Let us out. What do we do?" Mark's voice trembled, blending with the wails that swirled around us. "Find another way," I yelled, desperation fueling my movement. I turned, scanning the room for a window, a hidden escape. The shadows seemed to elongate, reaching for us, and I swallowed hard, forcing myself to stay calm. "Over there," Mark pointed to a small barred window high above the ground. "We can climb." "Are you crazy? It won't fit." But as those hollow eyes flickered in my memory, I knew we had no choice. I dashed toward the wall, adrenaline pushing me forward. Mark followed, his hands shaking as he grabbed onto my waist to boost me up. I reached for the window, my fingers brushing against the cold metal bars. Just as I grasped one, a loud crash echoed, reverberating through the church, and I nearly lost my grip. What was that? Mark's voice was a terrified whisper now, and I could feel his breath on my neck, hot and quick. "I don't know, but we have to hurry," I urged, pulling myself higher, muscles straining. I could hear the moans growing louder, a wailing chorus that filled the air with dread. Just as I managed to squeeze my shoulders through the narrow opening, a gust of wind slammed into my back, and I tumbled out, landing hard on the cold ground outside. I gasped for breath, looking up to see Mark still inside, panic etched across his face. "Mark, come on," I yelled, but he hesitated, staring at the pulpit where the figure now stood, more solid than before, arms outstretched. "Mark," I screamed again, desperation creeping into my voice as the figure began to step forward, dragging the shadows with it. In that moment, he made his choice. "I can't leave you," he shouted back, his voice breaking, but the door splintered behind him, and I felt a wave of cold wash over me. "Go. I'll find a way around." He looked torn, the conflict playing out on his face, but finally he turned and bolted toward the window. I scrambled to my feet, heart pounding as I watched him leap for the bars. "Almost there," I encouraged, but as he reached out, the figure lunged, and the scream that ripped from my throat echoed through the night. "Mark!" I shouted, but it was too late. I could only watch as he was swallowed by darkness, the ghostly figure pulling him into its embrace, his terrified gaze locked on mine until it vanished into the shadows. I staggered back, my mind racing as I fought to comprehend what had just happened. The air felt heavier, thick with despair, and the moans rose to a fever pitch around me. I turned and ran, stumbling through the overgrown graveyard surrounding the church, the shadows whispering my name, warning me of the danger that lingered behind. The path twisted and turned, but I forced myself to keep moving, the church growing smaller behind me. I could feel the weight of the spirits pressing down, their sorrow palpable. Each step seemed to echo with Mark's name, a haunting reminder of what I had lost. Just as I reached the edge of the woods, I glanced back one last time. The church loomed in the moonlight, the figure still standing at the altar, an eternal sentinel waiting for the next soul to claim. Fast forward, heart racing, lungs burning, and as I finally reached the road, the distant sound of traffic filled my ears. I stumbled toward the safety of the light, but the shadows continued to linger at the edges of my vision, whispering secrets I dared not uncover. Weeks passed, but the memory of that night haunted me. I spent sleepless nights replaying the events in my mind, wondering if I could have saved Mark, if I should have tried harder. I began researching local legends, poring over faded newspaper articles about the church, the priest, and the missing persons cases linked to it. The stories were chilling. Many had entered the church, drawn by the allure of the supernatural, only to disappear without a trace. Some claimed to have seen figures lurking in the shadows. Others heard whispers promising power and knowledge, but always at a price. Then one night, as I sat in my dimly lit apartment, an article caught my eye. Man disappears in haunted church. Search continues. My breath hitched as I read the details. The description of the missing man was eerily familiar. Mark. I had to go back. I had to understand what had happened, to confront the darkness that had taken him. The decision clawed at my insides, but I knew I couldn't live with the uncertainty. That night, I returned to the church, the air heavy with anticipation. The moon hung high, casting an otherworldly glow over the ruins. As I stepped inside, the familiar chill enveloped me, and the whispers began anew, swirling around me like a storm. I moved cautiously toward the altar, determination fueling my steps. "Mark!" I called out, my voice breaking the silence. "If you're here, I'm going to find you." I felt the shadows shift, the air thickening, and then I saw it. The figure emerging from the darkness, its hollow eyes locking onto mine. "Come closer," it beckoned, voice like ice. "Let him go," I shouted, anger igniting my fear. "You can't keep him." The figure merely smiled, a grotesque parody of warmth. "He belongs to us now, as you will soon." "No." I stepped back, heart racing as the room closed in around me. The moans intensified, a cacophony of voices crying out, begging for release. I had to fight. "Mark!" I screamed, desperation clawing at my throat. "I'm here," I won't leave you. The shadows twisted, swirling around me, and I could feel the weight of their sorrow pushing against my chest. But I pressed on, determined to reach him. Suddenly, I felt a hand grasp mine. Warm and real, Mark's face emerged from the shadows, his eyes wide with fear, but filled with recognition. "You came back," he murmured, his voice breaking. "I'll get you out," I shouted, pulling him toward the door, but the figure blocked our path, its presence suffocating. "No," it hissed. "You cannot escape." With a defiant roar, I pushed forward, dragging Mark behind me as the shadows clawed at our heels. We raced toward the exit, the sound of our pounding hearts echoing in the still air. The door burst open, and we stumbled into the night, gasping for breath. We made it. I turned back, heart pounding, but the church loomed behind us, a dark silhouette against the moonlit sky. "We can't go back," Mark whispered, and I nodded, the realization washing over me. The whispers faded, but the feeling of despair lingered, a reminder of the darkness that almost consumed us. As we walked away, I glanced back one last time. The church stood silent, but I knew its secrets would never rest. The shadows would always beckon, waiting for the next soul to answer their call. And though Mark and I had escaped, I couldn't shake the feeling that we would always carry a piece of that darkness with us, the haunting echoes of the past whispering in the wind. Story 15. I'd always been drawn to the unusual, the places where shadows lingered longer than they should. So, when I heard about the old Whitmore estate, tucked away in the fringes of town, I felt a pull I couldn't resist. They said it was haunted, of course. Who doesn't love a good ghost story? But I wanted to see it for myself, to feel the chill of the air and the weight of the silence. The day I decided to visit was overcast, the sky a thick blanket of gray. As I approached the estate, I felt the first prickle of unease crawling up my spine. The wrought iron fence was rusted and twisted, choked with weeds that whispered secrets I couldn't quite catch. The house loomed ahead, a skeletal structure with peeling paint and shattered windows, each jagged edge like a jagged tooth waiting to snap. I pushed through the creaking gate, the sound echoing like a warning through the stillness. A gust of wind rustled the leaves, and I shivered, wrapping my arms around myself as I stepped onto the cracked pathway leading to the porch. "Just a house," I muttered under my breath, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. I clutched my flashlight tighter, the beam slicing through the gloom like a knife. The front door hung ajar, creaking softly as I nudged it open. "Hello?" My voice was barely a whisper, swallowed by the stale air. The dim entry hall stretched before me, the floorboards groaning under my weight. Dust motes danced in the feeble light, and the musty scent of decay wrapped around me like a shroud. I stepped inside, my heart pounding in my chest. The walls were lined with faded photographs, their subjects long forgotten. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching me, their eyes hollow and accusing. I forced myself to look away and moved deeper into the house. Each room was a time capsule, frozen in a moment of despair. Tattered curtains hung limply, the furniture draped in sheets like ghosts waiting to be revealed. In the parlor, I found an old piano, its keys yellowed and cracked. I pressed a key, and a hollow note resonated through the air, sending a shiver down my spine. Just an old piano. I laughed nervously, but the sound came out more like a whimper. I turned to leave when I heard it, a soft, melodic humming, barely audible at first, but growing clearer. It was hauntingly beautiful, yet it sent a chill through me. "Is anyone there?" I called out, my voice trembling. The humming ceased abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence. I stood frozen, straining to hear something, anything, but the house seemed to hold its breath. Then, from upstairs, I heard it again, a soft thud, followed by a whisper that twisted through the air like smoke. I took a deep breath, pushing down the rising tide of dread. Just the wind, I reassured myself, though my instinct screamed otherwise. I felt an absurd urge to leave, yet I couldn't turn back now. The promise of a story, a mystery to unravel, tethered me to the spot. With hesitant steps, I climbed the staircase, each creak echoing in the stillness. The upper hallway stretched out before me, shrouded in shadows. I reached for the banister, my fingers brushing against the cold wood, and continued onward. The humming returned, this time accompanied by whispers that coiled around my thoughts, urging me forward. "Get out," a voice seemed to say, soft yet insistent. I rounded a corner to find a door slightly ajar, light spilling out into the hallway. My heart raced as I pushed it open. Inside was a small bedroom, the air thick with dust and the scent of something sweet, almost floral. In the center of the room sat a rocking chair, swaying gently, as if someone had just left it moments ago. I stepped closer, and the chair stopped, the creaking sound echoing in the silence. "Is anyone here?" I asked again, voice trembling. No response came, but as I scanned the room, my gaze fell upon a small chest at the foot of the bed. It was ornate, covered in intricate carvings, and beckoned me closer. I knelt and lifted the lid. Inside was a jumble of old trinkets and a dusty diary. My fingers brushed against the leather cover, and I could almost feel the weight of its secrets. As I flipped through the pages, a chill coursed through me. The entries detailed the life of a girl named Eloise, who had lived in the house decades ago. She wrote about her dreams, her fears, and the whispers that haunted her at night. "They want to take me," one entry read, the handwriting frantic. "I can hear them calling my name." A loud crash echoed from somewhere in the house, snapping me from my trance, heart racing. I slammed the diary shut and stood, adrenaline flooding my veins. "Hello," I shouted, louder this time, but only silence answered back. My instincts screamed for me to leave, yet I felt an invisible thread pulling me deeper into the house. I made my way back to the hallway when I heard it again, a soft giggle, childlike and sweet. I froze, glancing around in wild panic. "Who's there?" My voice cracked, a mix of fear and curiosity. The giggle echoed, bouncing off the walls like a taunt. "Come play with us," the voice whispered. Playful yet chilling. I turned on my heel, ready to flee when a flicker of movement caught my eye. A shadow darted down the hallway, just out of reach. I chased after it, heart pounding, the floorboards creaking beneath me. "Wait," I called, desperation slipping into my voice. "I just want to talk." The shadow slipped into a room at the end of the hall. I followed, the door creaking open to reveal a nursery, the air thick with an unsettling stillness. Old toys lay scattered across the floor, dust cloaking them like a funeral shroud. A crib stood in the corner, empty except for a faded blanket. "Hello?" I ventured cautiously, stepping inside. "Is anyone here?" Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind me with a deafening bang, and I jumped, the sound reverberating through the room. I turned, breath caught in my throat. "This isn't funny," I shouted, panic rising. The shadows danced around me as I pounded on the door, but it wouldn't budge. "Stay with us," the giggle echoed, now sounding sinister, wrapping around me like a noose. I backed away, my heart racing as I fumbled for my flashlight, its beam flickering as if the very air around me was charged with something dark and malevolent. "Eloise," I shouted, desperation creeping into my voice. "I just want to help." The room fell silent. I could feel the weight of unseen eyes upon me, the air thickening with tension. Then, from the corner of the room, A figure began to materialize, a girl, no older than 8, with hollow eyes and a twisted smile that sent chills down my spine. She wore a white dress that seemed to shimmer in the darkness, an unearthly glow surrounding her. "Come play," she whispered, extending her hand toward me, her fingers elongated and skeletal. "We've been waiting for you." The wall seemed to close in, the shadows swirling as I stumbled back, heart racing. "No, I need to leave," I screamed, pounding on the door again. The girl laughed, a sound that echoed with 1,000 voices, drowning out my cries. Suddenly, the door flew open, and I darted out, the hallway stretching endlessly before me. I ran, my breath coming in gasps, the laughter following me like a twisted melody. I didn't stop until I reached the stairs, nearly tumbling down in my haste. I burst through the front door, the cool air hitting my face like a slap. I stumbled onto the porch, gasping for breath as I turned back to the house. It loomed behind me, dark and foreboding, its windows like empty eyes watching my every move. As I fled down the path, the laughter echoed in my ears, mingling with the whispers of the wind. "You can't leave us," they seemed to say, a chorus of lost souls, entwined. I didn't stop running until I reached the street, the safety of the town enveloping me like a warm blanket. But even as I looked back at the old Whitmore estate, the memories of that cursed place lingered in my mind. The laughter, the shadows, and the whispers that would haunt my dreams. I never returned to that house, but a part of me would always wonder about Eloise and the other souls trapped within its walls. What happened to them? Why were they still waiting? As night fell, I realized the true horror wasn't just the house itself, but the stories that remained trapped inside, echoing through the darkness, calling out for someone to listen. Story 16. The wind howled through the gnarled trees, their branches clawing at the slate-gray sky as I pulled my jacket tighter around me. The old Oak Hill Asylum loomed ahead, its crumbling facade seeming to sigh with the weight of untold stories. I had read about the place. A former mental institution closed down after a series of mysterious disappearances in the late 70s. People said it was haunted, cursed even, but that only piqued my interest more. I was here for the thrill of the unknown, to capture some ghostly footage of my love. As I stepped over the threshold, the door creaked ominously, the sound echoing in the hollow emptiness. The air inside was stale, tinged with the scent of mildew and something unidentifiable, like rusting metal. My heart raced, not from fear but from the excitement of discovery. I switched on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the dark like a knife. "I'd see what secrets you're hiding," I whispered to myself, my voice barely above a murmur. The reception area was a ghost of its former self, with peeling wallpaper and a shattered chandelier dangling precariously overhead. I took a few cautious steps forward, my footfalls muffled by the dust that coated the floor. A chill swept through the room, causing the hairs on the back of my neck to stand on end. I paused, listening. Just the wind, I told myself, though the unease in my gut suggested otherwise. As I made my way down the narrow hallway, the light flickered, casting dancing shadows that seemed to taunt me. I reached a door marked Patient Ward, and with a deep breath, pushed it open. The air inside felt heavier, as if the walls were burdened with the weight of countless memories. "Hello?" I called out, my voice reverberating against the cracked tiles. "Is anyone here?" Silence. Then, a faint shuffling sound came from the far corner. My heart leaped into my throat, but curiosity drove me closer. I stepped cautiously, the beam of my flashlight revealing a figure huddled beneath a tattered blanket. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. The figure stirred, revealing a gaunt face with hollow eyes that seemed to absorb the light. "Leave," While you can, it rasped, the words slithering through the air like a warning. Why? What's going on? Can't you hear them? It whispered, looking over my shoulder with a terrified expression. I turned, but only saw the empty hallway stretching behind me. Hear what? Voices. They call for you. A chill ran down my spine. Before the figure could respond, a low moan echoed through the corridor, and I felt a sudden rush of cold air sweep past me. I glanced around, the shadows seeming to grow thicker, almost tangible. This isn't funny, I stammered, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. Run! The figure screamed, eyes wild with fear. They're coming! I bolted back into the hallway, adrenaline pumping through my veins. The moans intensified, surrounding me, weaving into a cacophony that echoed off the walls. What the hell is happening? I gasped, stumbling as I turned to escape the building. Help! A voice cried from behind me. I froze, heart racing. I race, heart racing. Who's there? Please. Help me. The voice was soft, almost pleading, but there was an edge of desperation that sent a jolt of fear through me. Where are you? Here. It whimpered, somewhere deeper in the asylum. Before I could think, I found myself stepping cautiously toward the sound. I'm coming, I called out, though every instinct screamed at me to turn back. I followed the voice down a dark corridor, the shadows pressing in around me. The moaning grew louder, more frantic, clawing at my sanity. I can't do this, I whispered, but the voice persisted, drawing me closer. Please, I'm scared. I rounded a corner and found myself in what appeared to be an abandoned common room. Broken furniture lay scattered across the floor, and the remnants of long-forgotten lives lingered in the air. My flashlight flickered again, and I quickly slapped it, desperate for it to hold its beam. Show yourself, I shouted, trying to sound braver than I felt. A figure emerged from the shadows, a woman with tangled hair and eyes wide in terror. You have to help me. They won't let me leave. Who? Who won't let you leave? Who? Her expression shifted, panic morphing into something darker. They're coming. In that instant, the moans crescendoed into a deafening wail, and the temperature dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath. Get out, she screamed, eyes darting around as if something were closing in on her. I turned to run, but the shadows shifted, coiling around my feet like serpents. What is this? I cried, pulling against the unseen force that gripped me. The woman reached for me, her fingers brushing against my arm. You have to go. They'll take you too. I wrenched myself free, tearing down the hallway toward the exit. The walls seemed to close in, and the wailing voices morphed into a chorus of screams, echoing my own terror. My heart pounded in my ears as I raced for the door, the sound of footsteps behind me growing louder, chasing, taunting. Help, I called, but the sound felt swallowed by the darkness. I burst into the reception area, the door swinging wide as I stumbled outside. The chill of the night air hit me like a wave, but I didn't stop. I ran until my lungs burned, until the asylum faded into the distance. I collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, the adrenaline still coursing through my veins. A sense of relief washed over me, but it was quickly overshadowed by the weight of what I'd just experienced. Was that real? I murmured to myself, looking back at the looming structure. The wind whispered through the trees, almost as if it were laughing. The next day, I shared my experience online, capturing the eerie atmosphere of the asylum and the chilling encounter with the woman. My subscribers were enthralled, their comments ranging from disbelief to fascination. I'm going back, I declared in the video. I need to know what happened there as I prepared for my return trip. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me home. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, and whispers echoed through my dreams. On my second visit, I armed myself with more than just a flashlight. I brought a voice recorder, hoping to capture any evidence of the supernatural. The air was thick with anticipation as I crossed the threshold once more, the door creaking ominously behind me. "Okay, I'm back," I said into the recorder, trying to sound casual despite the dread pooling in my stomach. "If there's anyone here, I want to talk." I made my way to the patient ward again, heart racing with each step. The atmosphere felt different this time. Charged, alive. I set the recorder on a dusty table, the red light blinking steadily. "Is anyone here?" I called out, the sound of my voice swallowed by the oppressive silence. Moments passed, the only sound being the faint crackle of the recorder. Then, as if responding to my request, the temperature dropped sharply, and a figure appeared at the edge of the room. "Help me," it whispered, the voice echoing with a familiar desperation. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice wavering. "Help me, before it's too late. Who is it that needs help?" The figure pointed toward the hallway, and I felt an overwhelming urge to follow. "Come with me." I hesitated, mind racing with the implications. But the urgency in its voice compelled me forward. I stepped into the corridor, the shadows swirling around me. The sound of whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices urging me on. "Please, hurry." I stumbled through the darkness, the shadows closing in, and my heart raced. "What do you want?" "Find them before they take you." I entered a small room at the end of the hall, the air thick with an unsettling presence. In the corner, I saw a pile of old photographs, faces smiling out at me from a time long past. I picked one up, an old newspaper clipping about the asylum's closure. But the faces of the missing were circled in red, their eyes hollow and haunting. "Why are you showing me this?" I asked, scanning the room for answers. "Find them." Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind me with a deafening bang, and the shadows surged forward. I darted toward the door, but it wouldn't budge. Panicking, I pressed against it, my heart racing as the whispers grew into a frenzied roar. "Help me! Help me!" The figure from before materialized beside me, its face twisted in anguish. The shadows enveloped me, the voices merging into a single deafening scream. I could feel their icy fingers wrapping around my wrists, pulling me deeper into the darkness. "Help!" I cried, the sound echoing against the walls. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything went silent. The shadows released their grip, and I collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. I looked around, heart pounding, and saw the figure standing by the door, its expression now calm. "You've seen what you needed to see. Now you must leave." "Wait," I shouted, scrambling to my feet. "What do I do?" "Leave this place." "They will not let you go." "Who won't let me go?" But the figure only shook its head, fading into the shadows. I rushed to the door, my hands trembling as I twisted the knob. It swung open, and I stumbled out into the hallway, the oppressive weight lifting slightly. I ran down the corridor, the voices still echoing behind me, growing fainter as I approached the entrance. As I burst through the door and into the night, the wind howled in my ears, carrying with it the whispers of the lost souls trapped within those walls. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, heart racing, breathless. The asylum stood behind me, silent now, but I knew it would always be there, waiting, watching. I drove away, glancing in the rearview mirror. The shadows lingered at the windows, and for a moment, I thought I saw a figure watching me from the doorway. "You won't forget," it seemed to whisper, though the words faded into the night. And as I left, I couldn't shake the feeling that the asylum had claimed another piece of me. A reminder that some doors are best left closed. Story 17. The night had crept in with a heavy, damp air that clung to my skin like an unwelcome embrace. I stood at the edge of the old Thompson estate, the moonlight barely breaking through the thick canopy of twisted branches overhead. A chill ran down my spine as I recalled the whispers of the townsfolk, their warnings echoing in my mind. "Don't go near it," they said. "It's cursed." But curiosity had always been my downfall, and the promise of uncovering the truth behind the disappearances that plagued the town for decades pulled me closer. I stepped onto the cracked path leading to the front door, the gravel crunching beneath my boots like brittle bones. Each step felt deliberate, as if the house itself was watching, waiting for me to make a move. The door creaked open with a reluctant groan, revealing a dimly lit hallway draped in shadows. Dust motes danced in the air, illuminated by the faint glow of my flashlight. I could smell the mustiness of decay, the scent of forgotten memories. The scent of forgotten memories. "Just a quick look," I whispered to myself, though my heart raced like a wild animal. Deeper into the house, I found remnants of a life once lived. A cracked mirror, its surface marred with age, and a faded portrait of a family whose smiles seemed to mock me now. The walls whispered secrets, and I could almost hear them. "Get out. Leave while you can." Ignoring the warnings, I moved toward the staircase, its wooden steps groaning under my weight. As I ascended, the air grew colder, thickening with an unseen presence. I felt a chill crawl up my back, and I paused, straining to hear the silence. My breath came out in shallow bursts, echoing in the stillness. "Is anyone here?" I called, my voice quivering slightly. The silence was deafening, but I pressed on. At the top of the stairs, I found a long hallway lined with doors, each one closed tight. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the knob of the first door. "Just one room," I muttered, trying to convince myself. As I turned the knob, it felt cold, almost alive. The door opened with a soft sigh, revealing a bedroom draped in shadows. The bed was unmade, the sheets stained with age, and a rocking chair creaked gently in the corner, as if someone had just left it. "Hello?" I ventured again, stepping cautiously inside. The air was thick with a heavy silence, but a faint sound broke through, the soft hum of a lullaby. It seemed to weave through the air, wrapping around me like a fog. I followed the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. There, in the corner, stood an old music box, its delicate ballerina frozen mid-dance. I reached out, my fingers brushing the cool surface. The moment I touched it, the humming stopped abruptly, replaced by an unbearable silence. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and I pulled my hand back, heart racing. "Okay, time to go," I said, backing away slowly. But as I turned to leave, a soft giggle echoed through the room, sending a jolt of terror through me. I spun around, eyes wide. "Who's there?" My voice came out louder than I intended, reverberating off the walls. No answer, just the creaking of the chair. I took a shaky breath. "This isn't funny." Suddenly, the music box sprang to life, the ballerina twirling gracefully as the haunting melody filled the air. I stumbled back, my breath itching in my throat. The room felt alive, charged with a palpable energy that made my skin prickle. The laughter grew louder, ringing in my ears, an eerie sound that felt almost familiar. "Stop it," I shouted, but the laughter only intensified, merging with the melody into a cacophony of sound that seemed to envelop me. I backed toward the door, heart racing, but the moment I reached for the knob, it slammed shut, trapping me inside. "Let me out!" I screamed, pounding on the door with frantic fists. The laughter morphed into something darker, something sinister, and I felt a presence looming behind me. I turned slowly, dread pulling in my stomach. In the shadows, I saw her, a girl, no older than 12, with hollow eyes and a ghostly smile. She stood there, swaying like the music box, her hair unkempt and wild. "They never leave," she whispered, her voice echoing in the stillness. "You can't leave either. Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "What do you mean, they stay here?" she said, her smile widening as she took a step closer. "Forever." I turned back to the door, desperation clawing at my throat. "Please, let me out," I shouted. The girl only giggled, a sound that sent chills racing down my spine. Then, abruptly, the door swung open, and I stumbled out into the hallway, gasping for air. I ran, feet pounding against the wooden floor, heart thundering in my ears. Behind me, the laughter echoed, growing fainter, but never quite disappearing. I raced down the stairs, the shadows stretching and warping around me as I reached the front door. It felt like an eternity as I fumbled with the handle, anxiety tightening my chest. Finally, it swung open, and I burst into the night air, the cool breeze hitting my face like a slap. I didn't stop running until I reached the edge of the property, the old iron gate creaking ominously as I flung it open. I stumbled into the street, panting, my heart still racing. For a moment, I stood there, the darkness swallowing me, the weight of the house pressing down on my shoulders. "Did you find anything?" A voice called from behind me. I turned, startled, and saw a group of my friends standing a few feet away, flashlights in hand. They looked concerned, and I could see the worry etched on their faces. I don't know, I gasped, still trying to catch my breath. "I think it's haunted. There was a girl. She said I couldn't leave. Haunted." One of my friends laughed, shaking his head. "You were kidding, right?" "No, I'm serious." I insisted, my heart still racing. I felt something. It was real. Still racing. I felt something. It was real. "Let's go back in," another friend suggested, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "No, you don't understand," I pleaded, feeling the dread creeping back. "It's not safe. We shouldn't go back." But they were already moving toward the house, their laughter ringing out into the night. I wanted to scream, to pull them back, but I felt paralyzed, my feet glued to the ground. One of them turned back, grinning. "Come on, don't be a chicken, guys. Please," I whispered, but my voice got lost in the night as they disappeared through the front door. I stood there, heart pounding, the laughter of the girl still echoing in my mind. The air felt heavy again, thick with an impending sense of dread. "What have I done?" I muttered, glancing back at the house, its windows dark and foreboding. Minutes passed, each second stretching into eternity. I paced back and forth, anxiety gnawing at my insides. "They'll be fine," I told myself. "They're just messing around." But deep down, I knew the truth. The laughter had returned, soft and haunting, weaving through the night air. I turned, straining to listen, my heart in my throat. Then, a scream shattered the silence, piercing through the darkness like a knife. "Help! Let us out!" My blood ran cold. It was my friends. Panic surged through me as I raced back to the house, the darkness swallowing me whole. I pushed through the door, breathless, the music box still playing its haunting melody in the background. "Guys!" I shouted, my voice echoing through the empty halls. "Where are you?" Silence answered me, thick and suffocating, and I felt the shadows closing in. I turned back toward the staircase, heart pounding in my ears. "This isn't funny." I yelled, but the only response was the quiet hum of the music box. I stumbled down the hallway, desperately trying to find them. "Guys!" I called again, my voice trembling. "Please answer me." And then I heard it again. The giggle, soft and taunting, drifting through the air. It sent shivers down my spine, and I froze, feeling the weight of the house pressing down on me once more. "Get out!" the voice whispered, echoing in my mind. I turned to flee, but the walls seemed to shift, closing in around me. Panic surged as I ran down the hallway, searching for an escape. The laughter grew louder, more sinister, drowning out my thoughts. Finally, I reached the room where I'd first seen her. I burst inside, breathless, and skidded to a halt. The music box sat in the corner, but it was no longer still. The ballerina twirled faster, the melody rising in intensity, and the shadows danced along the walls. "Please," I begged, my voice breaking. "Let them go." The girl appeared again, her eyes wide and vacant. Her eyes wide and vacant. "They stay here," she whispered, her voice echoing in the room. "Forever." "No!" I shouted, my voice rising in desperation. "I won't let you take them." As I lunged for the music box, the door slammed shut behind me. I could hear their screams, their cries for help, but the laughter drowned it all out. "Let me out!" I pounded on the door. But it wouldn't budge. The shadows closed in, and I felt the energy shifting in the room. "I'll do anything." "Oh, just let them go." The girl stepped closer, her smile widening, revealing teeth too sharp and too white. "You're too late," she said softly, the shadows swirling around her feet. They belonged to me now. In that moment, I felt the walls closing in, the darkness swallowing me whole. I screamed, my voice merging with the cacophony of laughter, and I knew then that I was trapped in a nightmare, just like the others before me, as the shadows enveloped me. I could hear the music box playing its haunting melody, a lullaby for the lost and forgotten, and I realized, with a sinking dread, that I would never leave this place. I would become just another whisper in the night, another voice lost among the shadows, forever bound to the old Thompson estate. Story 18. Every town has its stories, whispers that cling to the air like fog in the early morning. I grew up in one of those towns, where the shadows seemed to stretch a little longer, and the wind carried voices only some could hear. As a kid, I used to laugh off the tales of the old Whitmore house, a decaying relic on the outskirts of town. Just a house, I would say, rolling my eyes at my friends' eager retellings of the dark events that had transpired there. But that was before I stood in front of it, the sun slipping behind dark clouds, casting pallor over everything. The Whitmore house was a sprawling Victorian structure, its once vibrant paint now a faded memory, peeling like the skin of an old man. The windows, like hollow eyes, stared back at me, and a chill ran down my spine. I'd heard the rumors, people going missing, strange noises echoing through the halls, and the feeling of being watched. But curiosity has a way of luring you in, coaxing you to take that final step into the unknown. I walked up the cracked pathway, crunching gravel beneath my boots. Each step felt heavier than the last, as if the house itself was pulling me closer. I hesitated at the door, my hand hovering over the tarnished knob. It was then that I heard it, a soft hum, almost melodic, drifting from inside. I shook my head, convincing myself it was just the wind. Still, that hum tugged at something deep within me. "Come on, it's just an old house," I murmured to myself, pushing the door open. It creaked loudly, the sound echoing in the stillness. The air inside was thick with dust, and the scent of mildew assaulted my senses. The floorboards groaned under my weight, and I had to fight the urge to turn back. Yet, the hum grew louder, beckoning me further. As I stepped inside, the cold draft swept past me, raising goosebumps on my arms. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely breaking the silence. The hum paused, then resumed, now tinged with an eerie quality that sent shivers down my spine. I took a cautious step forward, my eyes scanning the dimly lit foyer. Shadows danced along the walls, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. The living room revealed itself like a forgotten tomb. Dust motes swirled in the beams of light filtering through the grimy windows. A tattered sofa sagged under the weight of years, and old photographs hung crookedly on the walls, their subjects looking down at me with hollow expressions. I approached one, a family portrait that seemed to pulse with energy. The man in the photo had piercing eyes, and for a moment I felt as if he was staring right at me, alive and aware. Suddenly, the hum morphed into a low, mournful moan. "What the hell?" I whispered, stepping back. My heart raced as I turned to leave, but the door slammed shut with a force that shook the house. The sound echoed like thunder, a violent reminder of my isolation. Panic surged through me, and I rapped my knuckles on the heavy wood. "Let me out!" I shouted, but no answer came, just the fading echo of my voice. I glanced around the room, searching for another exit. The walls seemed to close in, and the air grew heavier. The moaning persisted, a haunting wail that wrapped around me like a shroud. "Stop it," I yelled, my voice cracking. "I'm not scared," but deep down, I could feel the truth of my fear gnawing at my insides. I dashed toward the kitchen, the floorboards creaking beneath me like a chorus of warnings. The kitchen was a mess of broken dishes and rusted appliances, a time capsule of neglect. As I searched for a window, the moaning crescendoed, forming words that twisted in my mind. "Help me." The voice was soft, desperate, and it struck a chord deep within me. "Is someone there?" I called, my voice trembling. I was met only with silence, the kind that presses in from all sides, suffocating. Clenching my fists, I pushed against the knot of fear in my throat. "This is just a prank, right? Someone's messing with me." My attempt at bravado felt weak, even to my own ears. The hum returned, this time more insistent. I turned, eyes darting around the kitchen, and that's when I saw it. A figure standing in the corner, barely illuminated by the waning light. My breath hitched, and I squinted, willing myself to see clearer. The figure was a girl, her hair hanging in tangled strands, her dress tattered and stained. "Help me," she whispered, her voice a mere breath against the backdrop of my racing heart. "Who are you?" I managed to choke out, my legs rooted to the spot. "Trapped," she murmured, her gaze pleading. "I can't leave." I took a cautious step forward, drawn by her sorrow. "What do you mean? How are you trapped?" A flicker of movement caught my eye, and I turned back to the door. It was slightly ajar, a sliver of light beckoning me. Panic surged again. I needed to escape. "I have to go," I stammered, but the girl's eyes widened, filled with desperation. "No!" Eyes widened, filled with desperation. "You can't leave me." Her voice rose, a sharp edge of fear cutting through the haze. "If you do, you'll be trapped too." The weight of her words sank in, and I felt the hairs on my neck stand on end. "What do you mean? Trapped how?" "How? Like them," she said, her gaze shifting to the faded photographs hanging on the wall. "They never left." I turned, my stomach twisting. The faces in the pictures now looked alive, their eyes following my every move. What happened to you? I asked, fear clawing at my insides. They took me, she whispered, stepping closer, her form flickering like a dying flame. The house, it needs souls. It wants you. A chill ran through me, and I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. So, I'm not staying here, I shouted, desperation fueling my resolve. I darted for the door, pushing it hard with my shoulder. It wouldn't budge. Let me out, I yelled, my voice trembling. Please, you have to believe me. The girl's voice was frantic, echoing in the emptiness. You can't let it take you. I looked back at her, my heart breaking. I can't stay, I cried, panic boiling over. I can't. Just then, the lights flickered overhead, plunging the room into darkness. I gasped, the oppressive silence swallowing me whole. The moaning returned, now a chorus of anguished voices, swirling around me like a storm. Shadows danced across the walls, and I could feel them closing in, hungry and relentless. I turned to the girl, her form barely visible in the dim light. Help me, I begged, tears streaming down my cheeks. Don't look away, she screamed, her voice reverberating in the darkness. You have to keep your eyes on me. I could feel the shadows creeping closer, a suffocating darkness that threatened to engulf me. I squeezed my eyes shut, my breaths coming in sharp gasps. I can't. Look at me, she shouted, desperation lacing her words. Don't let it take you. With a sudden rush of adrenaline, I opened my eyes and focused on her pale face. The shadows hesitated, swirling uncertainly around us. What do I do? I gasped, my voice barely a whisper. Find the light, she said, her voice growing fainter. You have to find the light. I searched the room, my heart racing, until my eyes landed on a small window, its glass clouded with grime, but still offering a glimmer of hope. I see it, I yelled, taking a step towards it, but the shadows lunged, wrapping around my legs like icy tendrils. Oh, the girl screamed, her voice echoing in the chaos. You have to break free. Help me, I cried, struggling against the cold grip of the darkness. I could feel it pulling me down, dragging me towards the floor. Please. With every ounce of strength I had, I pushed against the shadows, forcing my legs to move. I stumbled towards the window, the light shining brighter with each step. The girl's voice faded into the background, replaced by the cacophony of moans and whispers. I reached for the window, my fingers brushing against the cool glass. Help! I screamed again, desperation clawing at my throat. And then, with a final surge of energy, I crashed through the window, the glass shattering around me like a burst of stars. I tumbled onto the ground, the world spinning. I gasped for breath, the air fresh and cool against my skin, the oppressive weight of the house lifting from my shoulders. I rolled onto my back, staring up at the sky, heart racing. The Whitmore house loomed behind me, dark and foreboding. I could still hear the distant moans, the whispers of those trapped within. I'm free, I shouted into the night, but deep down I knew the truth. The house would always hunger for souls, and one day, it might call to me again. As I stumbled away, the echoes of the girl's plea lingered in my mind. Find the light, I whispered, vowing to remember her warning. I glanced back one last time, the silhouette of the house against the moonlit sky, a reminder of the darkness that lurks just beyond the veil of our reality. Story 19. The sun had just begun to dip behind the jagged peaks of the Appalachian Mountains, casting long shadows over the dense forest. I stood at the edge of the old Whitaker cabin, a rickety structure that had seen better days. The wood was gray and splintered, the roof sagging as if it had grown tired under the weight of its own history. I had heard the stories whispered around campfires, tales of disappearances, strange noises in the night, and a family that had vanished without a trace. "Are you sure about this?" Jake's voice broke the silence, tremulous with a mix of excitement and fear. He stood a little behind me, his hands shoved deep into the pockets of his jacket, eyes darting around the tree line as though expecting something to leap out at him. "We came here to explore, didn't we?" I replied, trying to sound more confident than I felt. The truth was, I was unnerved. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decay, and the trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches twisting grotesquely against the fading light. "Yeah, but the locals said it's haunted," Jake muttered, glancing at the cabin as though it might spring to life and swallow him whole. "What if we find something?" "Like what? Ghosts? Come on, man, it's a cabin, not a horror movie." "Oh," I took a deep breath and stepped closer to the door, which hung askew on its hinges, creaking softly as I pushed it open. The sound echoed in the stillness, a mournful cry that seemed to beckon us inside. As I crossed the threshold, the air shifted. The inside of the cabin was dark. The only light coming from the dying sun had filtered through the windows, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Dust motes danced in beams, swirling around like tiny spirits lost in time. I could see remnants of the past, a shattered chair, a rusted stove, and a staircase that spiraled upwards into darkness. "Let's just take a quick look," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Then we can head back." "Fine, but I'm not staying long," Jake replied, his voice tight. He followed me inside, the floorboards groaning under our weight. The cabin felt alive, as if it had been waiting for us. I moved deeper into the gloom, drawn to the staircase. "What do you think happened here?" I asked, trying to fill the silence with conversation. "Probably just left," Jake said, peering around uneasily. "Or maybe they didn't want to be found." A shiver ran down my spine at his words, and I turned my attention back to the staircase. "Let's check upstairs," I suggested, my curiosity piqued. The stairs were steep and narrow, creaking ominously as we climbed. At the top, I pushed open a door that led into a small, dimly lit room. The air was stale, and it felt as if the walls were closing in on me. "Look at this," I said, pointing to a dusty old trunk in the corner. It was locked, but the rust had worn away the metal enough for me to pry it open with a little effort. Inside were old photographs, their edges yellowed with age. I picked one up, a faded image of a family, 2 parents and 3 children. Smiling in front of the cabin. "Creepy," Jake said, leaning over my shoulder. There was a date scrawled on the back, July 14th, 1978. "But they look happy here. It's strange to think they just vanished." As I flipped through more photographs, the atmosphere shifted. A chill crept in, whispering through the cracks in the walls. I could feel a weight in the air, a sense of being watched. I frowned and looked around, but the room was empty. "Do you feel that?" I asked Jake. "Feel what?" he replied, his brow furrowing, like I could see it in his eyes. He felt it too. "Let's get out of here," he urged, his voice a low murmur. I nodded, my pulse quickening as I stuffed the photograph back into the trunk. As we turned to leave, a loud bang echoed from downstairs, making us jump. "What the hell was that?" Jake whispered, his face pale. "I don't know. Let's just go." I hurried down the stairs, my heart racing. At the bottom, I could see the front door had swung shut, slamming against the wall. "Did you do that?" Jake asked, backing away. "No. I swear I didn't, I replied, my stomach twisting in knots. I reached for the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. But it's locked. Are you serious? Panic seeped into his voice. We need to get out of here. Just hold on, I shouted, pulling harder at the door, but it felt as if something was holding it shut. We just need to find another way out. How? We turned and ran toward the back of the cabin, where a small window framed by peeling paint beckoned. I grabbed the window and pushed, but it wouldn't budge either. Damn it, I cursed, frustration boiling over. Suddenly, a low moan resonated from the shadows, making me freeze in my tracks. Did you hear that? I hissed, my breath catching in my throat. Jake nodded, his eyes wide. It's coming from upstairs. No way, I breathed, fear gripping my chest. No way, I breathed, fear gripping my chest. We need to get out of here. Let's check it out, he said, his voice trembling but laced with a strange curiosity. What if it's someone in trouble? Are you insane? It could be a trap, I argued, but he was already moving toward the staircase. Just a quick look, he insisted, determination etched on his face. We can't leave someone behind. With a heavy heart, I followed him up the stairs, each step feeling like a step deeper into a nightmare. As we reached the top, the moaning became clearer, a haunting sound that echoed in the dark. Hello? Jake called, his voice shaking. Is anyone there? The sound stopped suddenly, replaced by a heavy silence that made my skin crawl. I could feel the hairs on my neck stand on end. Maybe it was just the wind, I suggested, trying to convince myself. Or something else, Jake whispered, peering into the darkness of the upstairs room. Let's check the other room. We moved cautiously, our footsteps muffled by the old floorboards. As we entered the second room, the air grew colder. I shivered and pulled my jacket tighter around me. The room was empty, save for an old rocking chair that creaked softly, as if someone had just left it. Then, from behind us, a whisper floated through the air, soft and chilling. Help me! We both turned sharply, hearts pounding in unison. Who's there? I shouted, my voice thin and quaking. No answer. Maybe it's just the wind, Jake said, but uncertainty laced his words. Let's just go. Now. I nodded, my instinct screaming at me to leave. We rushed back to the staircase, my heart racing as I felt a cold draft sweep through the cabin, chilling me to the bone. As we descended, something caught my eye, a flicker of movement at the corner of the room. I hesitated, looking back. Did you see that? Jake grabbed my arm, pulling me forward. Come on, we need to get out. But curiosity gnawed at me, and I turned back just in time to see a shadow dart past the window. Wait, I think I saw something, I yelled, breaking free from his grip and heading toward the window. Don't, Jake screamed, but it was too late. I reached the window and looked out. Squinting into the twilight, what I saw sent a jolt of terror through me. A figure stood just beyond the tree line, half hidden in the shadows. It was a woman, her white dress billowing around her as if caught in an unseen wind. Her face was pale, eyes wide and hollow, staring directly at me. Help me, she mouthed silently, and my breath caught in my throat. Get away from the window, Jake shouted, pulling me back. But I was frozen, my gaze locked on the figure. She needs help, Jake. No, she doesn't. She's not real, he yelled, panic rising in his voice. We have to go. Suddenly, the door slammed shut again, rattling the frame and sending us both stumbling backward. The woman's face twisted into a grotesque grin, her eyes gleaming with something dark and hungry. Run, I screamed, and we bolted toward the stairs, our feet pounding against the wood. As we reached the bottom, the front door swung open with a crash, and we darted outside. The chill of the night air hit us like a wave, but we didn't stop. We ran through the underbrush, branches snapping underfoot as we fled. "Keep going," Jake urged, his breath coming in ragged gasps. We didn't look back, the sound of the cabin's door slamming shut echoing in my ears. Finally, we broke free from the trees and stumbled onto the dirt road that wound away from the cabin. My heart raced as we collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, the moonlight casting an eerie glow around us. "What the hell was that?" Jake panted, his face pale. "I don't know," I replied, shaking. "But it felt real. We should never have come here," he muttered, running a hand through his hair. "We should go back. Tell someone." "No," I said, my voice firm. "We need to forget this place. Whatever that was, it's not going to let us go." And as we sat there, the weight of what we had encountered pressed down on us, a reminder that some places are better left undisturbed. The cabin loomed behind us, an ancient sentinel of secrets, waiting for the next curious souls to wander too close. Story 20. The rain drummed against the old tin roof of the cabin, a relentless rhythm that echoed the pounding in my chest. I could barely see through the fogged-up windows, but the woods surrounding this place felt alive, breathing with a heavy, human tension. It was just me and the memories in this crumbling hideaway. A spot I had stumbled upon after my friend Adam went missing 2 weeks ago. I had come here searching for answers, but all I found was a sense of dread that clung to my skin like the summer humidity. I huddled by the flickering lantern, its feeble glow casting long that danced on the walls. "Come on, Adam," I whispered into the silence, hoping somehow he'd hear me. "Where did you go?" The last time I had seen him, he'd been excitedly telling me about an abandoned house deep in the woods. Convinced it was haunted, I didn't believe him then, but now I wished I had gone with him. The cabin creaked as if it were sharing my unease, and I wrapped my arms tighter around my knees, trying to ward off an encroaching chill. Suddenly, a loud crack sounded outside, like something heavy crashing to the ground. I jumped, heart racing, and squinted through the window, but all I could see was a thick curtain of mist. "It's just the wind," I muttered to myself, though I could feel an electric tingle running down my spine. The forest was eerily silent, as if it too was holding its breath. "Stop being ridiculous," I scolded myself, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. I stood and moved to the window, peering into the darkness. "Adam, if you're out there, just give me a sign," my voice echoed back, swallowed by the night. Nothing stirred outside, but the air felt charged, heavy with expectation. I turned away from the window, deciding to check the old radio on the table. It crackled to life, the sound sharp and loud in the otherwise still air. And in local news, a search continues for missing persons in the Everwood area. Authorities urge anyone with information to come forward. The voice on the radio droned. It felt like a punch to the gut, the reality of Adam's disappearance crashing down on me anew. I switched the radio off, feeling the weight of despair settle over me. The cabin was too quiet, too lonely. I needed to find something, anything, that would point me toward Adam. As I rummaged through the dusty drawers, I found an old, frayed notebook. It was filled with sketches and notes about the house Adam had mentioned, and a chill shot through me as I flipped through the pages. Each drawing depicted a different room. But one page caught my eye. A crude sketch of a door with thick iron hinges, and the word "Beware" scrawled beneath it. I shuddered at the thought of what lay beyond that door. "I have to go," I murmured to myself, adrenaline surging through my veins. Grabbing a flashlight, I pushed the door open, the wooden frame groaning in protest as I stepped out into the oppressive darkness. The air was thick with moisture, and the scent of damp earth filled my lungs as I made my way down the path Adam had described. The trees loomed like ancient sentinels, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. My heart thudded loudly in the silence, each beat a reminder of the danger I was walking into. "Just a little further," I whispered, determination battling against the rising tide of fear. The path narrowed, the underbrush attempting to trip me as I stumbled through the darkness. I could feel the weight of the forest pressing in, as if it were alive and watching, waiting for me to make a mistake. As I approached the house, the moon broke through the clouds, casting a pale light that illuminated the structure. It was more decrepit than I had imagined, with broken windows and vines creeping up the walls, like fingers trying to reclaim what was lost. A shiver ran down my spine, but I pressed forward, my flashlight beam flickering against the rotting wood. The door hung off its hinges, creaking ominously as I pushed it open. The air inside was stale, thick with dust and the scent of decay. "Adam," I called out, my voice trembling as it bounced off the walls. "Are you here?" No response came, only the echo of my own voice. I stepped inside, the floorboards creaking underfoot. Shadows danced in the corners, and I felt an intense urge to turn back, but I couldn't. Adam was somewhere in this darkness, and every instinct screamed at me to keep searching. Moving cautiously through the rooms, I shone the flashlight around, revealing remnants of a life once lived. Overturned chairs, shattered glass, and old photographs that seemed to stare back at me. One picture caught my eye. Adam and I laughing at some ridiculous joke, carefree and innocent. I felt a pang of sorrow, a reminder of what I stood to lose if I didn't find him. I moved toward a narrow staircase leading down into the basement, the air growing colder as I descended. The flashlight flickered ominously, and I gritted my teeth, willing it to stay lit. Come on," I urged, gripping the railing tightly. At the bottom, the basement was shrouded in darkness, the beam of my flashlight wavering as I scanned the room. "Adam," I shouted, desperation creeping into my voice. The silence that followed was suffocating. Then I heard it. A soft, barely audible moan. My heart leapt. "Adam?" I called, inching forward, the beam of light catching on something in the far corner. It was a door heavy in wrought iron, just like the one from the notebook. "Please be in there," I whispered, my pulse racing. I reached for the handle, but it was cold and unyielding. "Adam," I pounded on the door, panic rising as I realized it wouldn't budge. "Can you hear me?" "Help," came a muffled voice from the other side, weak but unmistakably Adam's. "I'm here. Hold on," I yelled, throwing my weight against the door. It groaned but didn't open. "What happened?" "How do we get you out?" "I'm trapped," he cried, the sound laced with fear. "I don't know how long I've been here. Please, just find a way." Desperation surged through me. I turned back to the basement, searching for anything to pry the door open. My flashlight flickered, then died, plunging me into darkness. No, I hissed, fumbling with it in a panic. "I can't lose you now. Please." Adam's voice was frantic, and I could hear the tremor beneath it. He was scared, and I needed to do something. Anything. I stumbled back to the wall, my hands brushing over the rough surface until I felt something sharp and metallic. "A rusted crowbar?" "Yes," I whispered, gripping it tightly as I returned to the door. With all my strength, I wedged the crowbar into the crack between the door and the frame, bracing my feet against the wall. "On three," I said, though I had no idea if he could hear me. Two. Three. I pushed with everything I had, the door posting with a horrifying screech as it began to give way. "Keep going," Adam urged, his voice a thread of hope, pulling me forward. With one last heave, the door burst open, splintering wood flying into the air. I stumbled inside, panting, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. There was a small, dank room, and in the corner, huddled in the shadows, was Adam. His face was pale, eyes wide with fear, and I rushed to him. "Thank God," I gasped, kneeling beside him. "What happened?" "I don't know," he stammered, shaking. "I was exploring, and there was something here. Something in the dark." I felt a chill creep up my spine. "What do you mean?" "I don't know," he whispered, his voice trembling. It was like whispers, and then I couldn't move. It pulled me in. "Pulled you in?" I echoed, unease curling in my stomach. "We need to get out of here." As we stood, the temperature in the room dropped, and I could see my breath misting in the air. I glanced around, feeling a growing sense of dread. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind us, a sound echoing like thunder. "Adam!" I yelled, panic rising. "What's happening?" "I told you," he gasped, eyes wide with terror. "It's here." In that moment, the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen, swirling like smoke. A low guttural growl filled the air, vibrating through my bones. "We need to go," I shouted, pulling him toward the door, but it wouldn't budge. "Help! Help!" Adam screamed, his voice breaking. "Please, help us!" The growl grew louder, and a cold wind swept through the room, extinguishing the faint light we had. I felt my heart thundering, fear clawing at my throat as I fumbled for the crowbar. "Get back!" I yelled, swinging it wildly into the dark. I could hear Adam's labored breathing next to me, could feel the terror radiating off him. The air crackled with energy, and I knew we had to escape, had to fight whatever was holding us here. "Just keep swinging," Adam shouted, and I could hear the fear in his voice, the desperation that mirrored my own. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the shadows, a sound so raw and agonizing it made my blood run cold. "What is that?" I gasped, fear tightening around my throat. "I don't know," Adam cried, and I could feel him trembling beside me. I swung again, the crowbar connecting with something solid, and a deafening roar erupted from the darkness. The shadows seemed to pull back, and for a brief moment, a flicker of light illuminated a figure, a twisted, grotesque shape that bore no resemblance to a human. "Run!" I screamed, and we bolted toward the door, adrenaline propelling us forward. I slammed against it, and this time it gave way, the door flying open as we tumbled out into the basement. We didn't stop to look back. I grabbed Adam's arm and pulled him toward the staircase, the air behind us crackling with energy. The growl escalated into a furious roar, shaking the very foundations of the house. "Faster," I urged, my breath coming in ragged gasps as we raced up the stairs. "We can't let it catch us! We can't let it catch us!" The door at the top flung open, and we burst into the main room, the night air flooding in like a lifeline. We stumbled outside, gasping for breath, the cool air a stark contrast to the oppressive energy of the house. We didn't look back, we ran, the trees blurring past us as we sprinted down the path, the sound of the forest swallowed by the pounding of our hearts. I could feel the presence behind us, a looming darkness that refused to let go. Finally, we broke through the trees, bursting into the clearing where my car was parked. I fumbled for the keys, my hands shaking as I finally found them. "Get in!" I shouted, throwing the door open. We climbed in, slamming the doors shut, and I turned the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered to life, and I tore out of the clearing. As we sped away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something pursuing us. But the house stood silent, shrouded in darkness, the trees surrounding it like sentinels. "What the hell was that?" Adam breathed, his voice trembling. "I don't know," I replied, my heart still racing. "But we're never going back." The weight of what we had experienced pressed down on me, the fear still fresh in my mind. We had escaped, but the memory of that night would haunt us forever. The darkness had tried to take us, and I knew deep down that it was still out there, waiting for the next curious soul to wander too close. Story 21. It was a chilly October evening, the kind of night where darkness seems to seep into every crevice of the world. The sky was a thick, oppressive blanket of clouds, and the faint glow of the moon barely pierced through. The air was heavy with the earthy scent of wet leaves, and I could hear the distant rustle of branches swaying in the wind as I walked down the narrow dirt path leading to the old Whitmore estate. My friends had dared me to spend the night there, and despite the unease gnawing at my gut, I found myself standing in front of the decaying mansion. It loomed above me like a giant shadow, its windows cracked and hollow, resembling dark eyes watching my every move. The mansion had been abandoned for years, whispered about in town as a place where strange things happened, where people vanished without a trace. "Come on, it'll be fun," Jessica's voice echoed in my mind, the laughter of my friends still ringing in my ears as they retreated to the safety of their cars. What's the worst that could happen? I took a deep breath and pushed open the creaking gate, each groan of the metal sounding like a warning. The path leading up to the door was overgrown, weeds clawing at my ankles as if trying to pull me back. I hesitated at the threshold, the door slightly ajar, inviting yet foreboding. Just a quick look inside. I muttered to myself, forcing my feet to move. As I stepped over the threshold, the stale air hit me like a wall. Dust particles danced in the weak light filtering through the broken windows. The foyer was vast, the remnants of a once grand chandelier hanging precariously above, its crystals long since shattered. My footsteps echoed as I moved deeper into the house, each step stirring up the ghosts of the past. "Hello," I called, my voice trembling slightly. It bounced back at me, hollow and unwelcoming. I tried to shake off the creeping sensation that I wasn't alone, but the air felt thick with a presence I couldn't quite put my finger on. I wandered through the first floor, peering into rooms that seemed frozen in time. A rotting armchair sat in the corner of a dimly lit parlor, its fabric torn and faded. A layer of dust covered everything, but in one corner, a child's toy, a rusted tin truck, lay half buried under debris. I picked it up, feeling the cold metal against my palm. "Such a sad place," I whispered, more to myself than anything. I turned to leave, but a soft, melodic hum floated through the air, catching my attention. It was faint, almost like a lullaby. My heart raced as I strained to listen, the sound weaving through the house like a spectral thread. "Who's there?" I called, my voice barely above a whisper. Silence enveloped me, thick and suffocating. I shook my head, convinced it was just my imagination. I stepped back into the foyer, ready to leave, but the humming resumed, louder now, echoing off the walls. I felt a chill race down my spine. I followed the sound, moving cautiously toward the staircase. The humming seemed to rise with every step I took, wrapping around me like a shroud. As I reached the landing, I glanced down the hall, where shadows danced at the edges of my vision. "Hello?" I tried again, my voice steadying. The humming stopped abruptly, replaced by a suffocating silence. I stood there, heart pounding, when suddenly a door slammed shut somewhere deep within the house. The sound reverberated through the walls, and I jumped, adrenaline surging through me. "Okay, time to go," I muttered, turning sharply. But before I could take a step, a soft moan echoed from the room across the hall. It was so faint I almost didn't hear it, but it sent a jolt through me. "Is anyone there?" I asked, my voice wavering. Another moan, this one more desperate, reached my ears. I felt an involuntary pull, as if something was beckoning me inside. I approached the door, my hand trembling as I pushed it open. The room was dark, the air thick with the scent of decay. My eyes adjusted, and I could make out a figure huddled in the corner. "Are you okay?" I asked, stepping closer. The figure turned, revealing a gaunt face framed by tangled hair. It was a woman, her eyes wide with fear and desperation. "Help me," she gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. "Who did this to you?" I asked, my heart racing. She only shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You have to leave. He's coming." "Who?" I pressed, but the words caught in my throat as a low growl echoed from the shadows behind her. My instincts screamed at me to run. I turned, bolting back into the hallway, the sound of footsteps pounding behind me. I raced down the stairs, heart hammering in my chest. The house felt alive, the walls closing in around me as I stumbled toward the door. "Get out! Get out! Get out!" The woman's voice echoed in my mind, urging me forward. I burst through the front door, the chilly night air hitting me like a wave. I didn't stop running, my feet pounding against the dirt path as I fled the estate, the darkness swallowing me whole. I didn't stop until I reached the edge of the woods, gasping for breath. The moonlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the trees, but the shadows seemed to stretch and writhe at the edges of my vision. "Are you okay?" a voice called from behind me. I spun around, heart racing, to see Jessica and the others approaching, concern etched on their faces. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "I think I did," I whispered, trembling. "What? Seriously?" Jessica's eyes widened, but there wasn't time to explain. "Let's just get out of here," I urged, glancing back at the mansion. The windows seemed to glimmer in the moonlight, like eyes watching me retreat. As we started to walk away, the wind picked up, carrying something faint yet sinister, a soft, melodic hum wafting through the trees. I shivered, knowing I would never return to the Whitmore estate. Days turned into weeks, but the memories haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that the woman was still trapped in that house, her cries echoing in my mind. I tried to dismiss it as a figment of my imagination, but the dreams began. Each night, I found myself back in that room, the woman's desperate voice calling out to me. "Help me, help me." Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I gathered my courage and returned to the estate, my heart pounding with fear and determination. The mansion stood as it always did, a twisted frame against the night sky. As I stepped inside, the air felt electric, charged with a sense of foreboding. I made my way up the stairs, each creak of the wood echoing like a heartbeat. The humming was stronger now, leading me back to the room where I had found her. "Please," I whispered, the words slipping from my lips. "I'm here." I pushed the door open, and the cold air rushed past me. The room was empty. Panic surged in my chest. "No, no," I cried, stepping further inside. And then I felt it, a presence behind me. I turned slowly, dread pooling in my stomach. The woman stood there, her eyes dark and hollow. Her eyes dark and hollow. "You shouldn't have come back," she said, her voice a chilling whisper. "Where are you?" I asked, desperate. "I want to help you." "You cannot help you," she replied, her voice echoing strangely, as if it was layered with other voices. "You are part of this now." Before I could react, the shadows in the corners of the room thickened, swirling around her like a dark mist. "No!" I screamed, backing away. The shadows lunged, wrapping around me, pulling me closer to her. "Help me," she moaned, and I realized with horror that she was not the victim but a part of the darkness itself. "No!" "Get away from me." I fought against the darkness, but it tightened its grip, dragging me into a suffocating embrace. I felt a chilling laugh reverberate through the air as the room warped around us, the walls closing in. And in that moment, I understood. The Whitmore estate was not merely a haunted house. It was a trap, a place where souls were captured and kept for eternity. "Help me," echoed in my mind as the shadows swallowed me whole. And I became just another whisper in the darkness, lost forever among the echoes of the past. Story 22. I never thought I'd find myself back in Millington, that sleepy little town where the shadows seem to stretch a bit longer than they should. The last time I was here, I was a naive teenager, blissfully unaware of the darker corners of life. But that was before the disappearances began. As I drove down the cracked asphalt of Main Street, the old brick buildings loomed like silent sentinels. "You really going back there?" my friend Sam had asked, his voice a mix of disbelief and concern. "You know what they say about that place, right?" "Yeah," I replied, gripping the steering wheel a little tighter. "But I need to find out what happened to Emily." Emily was my childhood friend, the girl who vanished without a trace a decade ago. The search had been frantic, the town buzzing with rumors. Some said she'd run away, others whispered of darker forces at play. I had to know if there was any truth to those tales. The sun dipped below the horizon as I parked outside the old diner, a place where we used to hang out after school. The flickering neon sign buzzed like a swarm of angry bees, making the night feel electric. I stepped inside, the bell above the door chiming softly. The air was thick with the smell of stale coffee and grease, and the few patrons inside looked up, their faces unreadable, like they had been carved from stone. I slid onto a stool at the counter, the vinyl squeaking under my weight. The waitress, a heavy-set woman with gray streaks in her hair, and a cigarette dangling from her lips, approached me. "What'll it be, hon?" "Just coffee, please." I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched as I glanced around. The locals had a way of staring, their eyes lingering a beat too long, as if they were sizing me up or perhaps recalling that fateful day when Emily disappeared. "Coffee it is," she said, her voice a raspy whisper. "You're not from around here, are you?" "Not anymore. I grew up here, though." I took a deep breath, the familiar scent of burnt toast bringing back memories. "I'm looking for information about Emily Miller." At the mention of Emily's name, the waitress stiffened. "You best tread lightly. Folks around here don't like to talk about her." "Why not?" I frowned, leaning closer. "She was just a kid. Sometimes it's better to leave the past buried." She poured the coffee, steam curling into the air like fingers reaching for something lost. I nodded, the weight of her words settling in my gut. "I need to know what happened." Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows. The waitress gave me a long look before turning away, leaving me alone with my thoughts and a creeping sense of dread that began to settle in my bones. After a few minutes of swirling my cold coffee, I decided to take a walk. I stepped back outside, the chill of the night air biting in my skin. The streets were eerily silent, the only sound being the crunch of gravel beneath my feet as I made my way toward the old park where we used to play. The park was overgrown now, the swings rusted and the slide half buried in weeds. I walked cautiously, each step echoing in the stillness. As I reached the center, the wind picked up, carrying whispers that felt too close, too intimate. "Emily," I called out softly, my voice swallowed by the darkness. In response, a distant laugh echoed through the trees, light and carefree, a sound I hadn't heard in years. My heart raced as I recognized it. Emily's laugh. I turned, scanning the shadows, but all I saw was the swaying of branches in the wind. "Is someone there?" I yelled, trying to inject some bravado into my voice, but only silence returned. I took a step back, my instincts screaming at me to leave, but the laughter rang out again, closer this time, tinged with a note of sadness that made my heart ache. "Emily!" I shouted, darting toward the sound. The laughter faded, replaced by a soft moan that seemed to vibrate through the air like a chilling melody. It led me deeper into the park, toward the old gazebo, now flanked by wild vines and shadowy figures that danced in the moonlight. As I approached, the atmosphere shifted. The air thickened, a palpable weight pressing down on me. I stepped onto the wooden floor of the gazebo, the boards creaking ominously. "Emily," my voice was barely a whisper now, caught in my throat. From the corner of my eye, I caught movement, a flicker of light. I turned sharply, my pulse quickening. There she stood, a ghostly figure, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, eyes wide and pleading. "Help me," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. "Emily," I stepped closer, heart pounding. "What happened to you? Where happened to you? Where have you been?" But as I reached out, the figure began to fade, a wisp of smoke in the night. "Help me," she said again, the words trailing off into the darkness. "No, wait." I lunged forward, but my hands grasped only air. I stumbled, the world tilting around me, and suddenly I was enveloped in shadows. The laughter returned, now a cacophony of voices, swirling around me like a tempest. "You shouldn't have come back," they chorused, each voice dripping with malice. Panic surged through me as I turned, trying to escape the suffocating darkness. But the shadows twisted and coiled like serpents, trapping me. "Get away," I screamed, but my voice was lost in the chaos. Then there was silence, an oppressive stillness that settled over the park. I blinked, finding myself alone again. The gazebo stood quietly, the moon casting long shadows over the ground. My heart thudded in my chest as I staggered back, breathless. "Just a trick of the mind," I whispered to myself, though I knew better. The town had a way of ensnaring those who sought the truth, a web spun from fear and silence. I had to get out of here. As I turned to leave, I heard it again, a soft cry, almost like a moan, drifting from the edge of the park. I hesitated, torn between fear and a desperate need to know. "Emily," I called out, my voice trembling. "Emily," I called out, my voice trembling. The moan grew louder, more urgent. I followed the sound, my feet moving on instinct as I pushed through the underbrush, branches clawing at my skin. The trees parted to reveal a small clearing, moonlight spilling onto the ground like silver. In the center lay an old stone well, its mouth dark and foreboding. The moans echoed from within, a sorrowful lament that tugged at my heart. I approached cautiously, peering over the edge. "Emily?" I called, my voice trembling. "Are you down there?" The moans intensified, rising into a wail that sent chills down my spine. I leaned further, straining to see into the depths. "I'm coming," I shouted, my courage faltering. I grabbed a nearby branch, using it to peer over the edge. "Help me!" The voice was faint but distinct, filled with desperation. I couldn't turn back now. I crouched down, inching closer to the edge. "Just hold on," I yelled, but the darkness swallowed my words. The air around me grew colder, a bone-deep chill that made me shiver. Suddenly, a hand shot up from the darkness, grasping at the air. It was pale and thin, fingers clawing at nothing. I gasped, heart racing. "Emily." I reached out, but the hand slipped back into the blackness, leaving only silence in its wake. Desperation surged through me. "No," I shouted, dropping the branch and scrambling back from the well. "I won't leave you." But the shadows closed in again, wrapping around me like a vice. I staggered back, panic rising. "What do you want?" I cried out, feeling the pressure building in my chest. A voice, deep and guttural, answered from the darkness. "You shouldn't have come back. She belongs to us now." "Emily," I screamed, the name tearing from my throat as the shadows enveloped me, dragging me down into the abyss. With one last surge of will, I broke free, stumbling back into the clearing, gasping for breath. I turned and ran, tearing through the park, the laughter ringing in my ears. "Help me," the voice echoed, hauntingly close. But I couldn't stop. I burst through the trees, bursting onto the familiar path leading back to the diner. The bell above the door jingled as I stumbled inside, panting. The waitress looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. "You okay, hon?" "No, I need to," I began, but the words caught in my throat. The diner felt wrong, the shadows creeping in, distorting the once familiar space. "Get out of here," she said, her voice low and urgent. "You don't belong here anymore." I turned, the door swinging open on its own as a gust of wind swept through, carrying the laughter with it. I hesitated for a moment before bolting outside, the night swallowing me whole. I ran until I reached my car, fumbling with the keys as my heart raced. But as I turned the ignition, the laughter faded into a whisper. "Help me!" I slammed the door shut, gasping for breath, the weight of despair pressing down on me. I couldn't leave her behind, but the darkness had a grip on this town, a grip I couldn't break. As I sped away, the lights of Millington fading in the rearview mirror, I felt the weight of my failure settle in. I had come looking for answers, but all I found were ghosts that would haunt me forever, like Emily, lost to the shadows. Story 23. The old church stood on the outskirts of town, its weathered stones cloaked in a thick blanket of ivy. The sky, a bruised shade of purple, hung low, as if pressing down on the chapel's crumbling spire. I had stumbled upon it while trying to escape the chaos of my life. An argument with my partner that had left me feeling hollow. I had come seeking solitude, a quiet place to think. But the moment I stepped onto the churchyard, a chill raced down my spine. Leaves rustled in the wind, whispering secrets I was not meant to hear. I paced around the perimeter, scanning the cracked gravestones that jutted out of the earth like broken teeth. A few were adorned with faded flowers, their colors leached by time. I could almost hear the muffled laughter of children in the distance, but it felt wrong, like a distant echo from a world that had long since vanished. The air was heavy with a dampness that clung to my skin, and I shivered, wrapping my arms around myself. As I approached the church's entrance, the door creaked open, revealing a dark interior that threatened to swallow me whole. Hesitant, I stepped inside, the wooden floorboards groaning under my weight. Dust motes danced in the beams of fading light that filtered through stained glass windows, casting eerie patterns on the floor. Each step deeper into the church felt like an invitation to something I couldn't quite understand, a force pulling me toward the altar where shadows pooled thickly. I paused, my breath quickening. I called, my voice echoing, almost mocking in the emptiness. No answer, just the sound of my own heart pounding in my ears. I took another step forward, the musty scent of decay filling my nostrils. There was something about the silence that felt alive, as if the place was listening. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught my eye. I turned sharply, expecting to see another curious wanderer, but there was nothing, just the shadows stretching along the walls, playing tricks on my mind. A chill ran through me, and I decided it was time to leave. But as I turned back toward the door, it slammed shut with a resounding thud that sent a jolt through my body. "Okay, this isn't funny," I muttered, my voice trembling. I rushed to the door, pushing against it with all my might. It wouldn't budge. Panic clawed at my throat. I was trapped. "Let me out," I shouted, my fists pounding on the wood. The sound echoed through the church, but all I received in return was silence, thick and suffocating. I took a step back, my eyes darting around the dim interior. Shadows danced along the walls, morphing into grotesque shapes that seemed to leer at me, mocking my fear. Then I heard it, a low moan that reverberated through the air, creeping into my bones. I froze, my heart racing. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. No response, just the lingering chill that settled deeper into my skin. I turned toward the altar, drawn by an inexplicable urge to investigate. Each step felt heavy, weighed down by an unseen presence. The moaning grew louder, more insistent, a pitiful sound that twisted my gut. When I reached the altar, I was met by a sight that made my stomach churn. There, lying on the stone surface, was an old, tattered book, its pages yellowed and brittle. A chill crept up my spine as I reached for it, the air around me thickening. As my fingers brushed the cover, the moaning stopped abruptly, replaced by a breathless silence. I opened the book, revealing pages filled with scrawled notes and sketches of the church, its history marked by tragedies, missing persons, unexplained disappearances, and a lingering curse that seemed to hang over the town like a dark cloud. "Who would do this?" I whispered, flipping through the pages. My heart raced as I read about a group of children who had vanished decades ago, their laughter echoing in the corridors of the church long after they were gone. I felt a chill sweep through the room, and the shadows thickened, pressing closer around me. "Let them go," a voice whispered, soft and pleading. I spun around, searching for the source, but there was no one there. The shadows flickered, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw a figure, a girl, no older than 10, her face pale and gaunt, her eyes wide with fear. "Please," she said, her voice a mere whisper. "You have to help us." "Help you? What do you mean?" I stammered, my heart racing. "Who are you?" But she faded like smoke, leaving only the echo of her plea hanging in the air. I felt a surge of determination. I had to know what had happened. The church, with its crumbling walls, was a tomb for secrets, and those secrets were begging to be uncovered. I returned to the book, my fingers trembling as I turned the pages. There was a name that kept appearing. Samantha. She was the last of the children mentioned, the one who had never been found. My heart ached for her, for the pain of being lost, alone, forgotten. A feeling deep within me ignited, a need to uncover the truth. "But tell me what happened," I urged, almost expecting her spirit to answer me. In response, the air grew colder, swirling with an energy that made my skin prickle. The church seemed to shudder around me, the walls creaking as if they were alive. The once dim light shifted, illuminating a corner of the room where a shadow flickered and stretched. "Follow me," the girl's voice echoed softly, a gentle push against my heart. Without thinking, I moved toward the flickering shadow, a compulsion drawing me closer. I stepped into the side chamber, where the air felt heavy and thick. It was a small room, cluttered with old relics and cobwebs. In the far corner, a faded mural depicted children playing, their faces painted with joy. But as I moved closer, I noticed something strange. The children's eyes seemed to follow me, their expressions shifting from happiness to despair. "Why are you trapped here?" I whispered, my voice trembling. "Because of what happened," the girl's voice came again, stronger this time, filling the room with a sense of urgency. "You have to remember." My mind raced. "Remember?" My mind raced. "Remember?" I had never been here before. But as I gazed at the mural, fragments of memories flickered in my mind. I felt an unshakable sense of familiarity. a connection to this place that I couldn't explain. It's not just a story, I murmured, realization dawning upon me. This really happened. The walls seemed to close in, the shadows swirling around me in a frenzied dance. I pressed a hand to my forehead, fighting against the memories that clawed at the edges of my consciousness. There was a game, something we had played as children, hide and seek. I could hear the laughter, feel the excitement. But then, it turned dark, twisted. Hide and seek. I gasped, the words spilling out. That's how you disappeared? Please, she urged, her voice trembling. You have to find us. My heart raced as the truth settled in. The children hadn't just vanished. They were trapped here, lost in the echoes of their own laughter. I felt an overwhelming sense of duty. Something had to change. I'll help you, I promised, my voice steady now. I'll find a way to set you free. With that declaration, the room shuddered, the shadows swirling violently around me. I closed my eyes, feeling the energy shift, and when I opened them, I was no longer alone. The children were there, their faces emerging from the shadows, pleading. Let us play. They whispered, their voices a haunting melody. We just want to be found. Okay, I said, my heart pounding. Let's play. The shadows danced, the air crackling with an electric energy. I took a deep breath, closing my eyes once more, focusing on the game we had played so long ago. I could sense the thrill of the chase, the excitement of hiding and seeking, and I felt the children's presence wrapping around me like a warm blanket. Ready or not, here I come, I called out, my voice echoing through the chamber. I opened my eyes, and the world around me transformed. The church was alive with laughter, the air shimmering with the essence of childhood. I raced through the corridors, my heart soaring as I called out for the children. Where are you? I shouted, searching every nook and cranny, every shadowy corner. The thrill of the chase consumed me, the fear dissipating as I felt their joy seep into my bones. One by one I found them, hiding behind pews, tucked away in the alcoves. Their laughter rang in my ears, a symphony of happiness that filled the church. I felt their gratitude, their release, as I led them back to the altar. They gathered around me, their faces glowing with a light that banished the darkness. Thank you, the girl said, her voice clear and bright. You've set us free. The shadows began to fade, the oppressive weight lifting as the children's spirits soared into the air, twirling and spinning in a dance of liberation. I watched in awe, tears streaming down my cheeks as they vanished, leaving only the echoes of their laughter behind. With a final shudder, the church seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The door creaked open, and I stepped outside, the cool air washing over me like a balm. The sky had cleared, stars twinkling above like a blanket of diamonds. As I walked away from the church, I felt lighter, unburdened. The past had been laid to rest, and I had played my part in a story that would forever remain etched in the fabric of time. The children were free, their laughter echoing in my heart, a reminder that even in the darkest places, light could always be found. Story 24. The air was thick with an unsettling stillness as I stepped into the abandoned amusement park, once a haven of laughter and joy, now a crumbling relic of forgotten dreams. Weeds sprouted through the cracked pavement, and rusted rides stood in eerie silence. Their once bright colors faded to ghostly shades. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch like fingers toward me, beckoning me deeper into the park's maw. I was alone. At least that's what I kept telling myself. The faint creaking of the Ferris wheel echoed in the distance, a melancholic sound that sent a shiver down my spine. This place is just a bunch of old memories, I muttered under my breath, trying to shake off the chill that clung to me. I had come here hoping to snap some photos for my blog, to capture the beauty of decay, but the oppressive atmosphere was making it difficult to focus. As I wandered past the decrepit carousel, the chipped horses frozen mid-gallop, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I paused, squinting at the shadows that danced along the edges of my vision. It's just your imagination, I told myself, pulling out my camera and snapping a few shots. The click of the shutter echoed like a gunshot in the silence, and I winced. "Hey, you okay?" A voice called out from behind me. I turned, startled, and found a figure emerging from the shadows. A tall man with disheveled hair and a worn jacket approached, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern. "Yeah, I'm fine," I replied, forcing a smile. Just taking some photos. Thought you were here for the ghost stories," he said with a chuckle, glancing around nervously. "This place is haunted, you know." "Haunted?" I raised an eyebrow, intrigued despite myself. "What have you heard?" He scratched the back of his neck, glancing around as if the ghosts might be listening. "Legend has it that a girl went missing here years ago, and they say her spirit still roams these grounds. Some folks claim to have seen her wandering near the old funhouse." "Seriously?" I couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. "What happened to her?" "They never found her. Just poof. One minute she was there, and the next, gone." He looked at me, his eyes wide. "People come here hoping to catch a glimpse of her. I wouldn't stick around too long, though." His warning hung in the air, and I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. "I appreciate the heads up, but I'm not scared of ghosts," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Suit yourselves," he shrugged, and took a few steps back, casting another wary glance toward the funhouse. "Just remember, what you don't see can be just as dangerous as what you do." I watched him walk away, the sound of his footsteps fading into the distance. The thrill of the unknown pulled me toward the funhouse, the shattered mirrors and peeling paint calling to me like a siren. Each step brought a new wave of unease, but my curiosity overpowered my fear. Inside, the air was stale, and the dim light barely illuminated the warped reflections in the mirrors. I took a deep breath, the scent of mold and decay filling my lungs. As I moved deeper into the maze of distorted glass, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. Suddenly, a soft giggle echoed through the halls. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. There was no response, just silence, heavy and suffocating. I forced myself to move forward, each step echoing in the eerily quiet space. The giggle came again, this time closer, and I felt a chill run down my spine. "Is someone there?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. I pressed onward, drawn by the sound, my curiosity battling my instinct to flee. I turned a corner and found myself facing a mirror that looked different from the others. It shimmered, almost alive, as if something was trapped within. As I leaned closer, I caught a glimpse of a figure, a girl with long, dark hair, and a pale face staring back at me. I stumbled back, gasping. "What the hell?" The girl smiled, a hauntingly beautiful smile that sent chills through me. "Help me," she whispered, her voice echoing like a distant memory. "What do you want?" I asked, heart racing. Are you the girl who went missing?" "Yes," she replied, her eyes glistening with an otherworldly light. "I'm trapped here. You have to set me free." Panic surged through me. "How?" How do I help you? She pointed toward the back of the funhouse, where the darkness seemed to deepen, swallowing the light. You must find the key. It's hidden where the shadows dance. I glanced toward the darkness, my instincts screaming at me to run. Wow, I don't know if I can do this, I stammered. You have to, she urged, her voice rising with urgency. If you don't, I'll be trapped forever. Please. I felt a tug of empathy mixed with fear. I had never believed in ghosts, but she seemed so real, so desperate. I nodded, though my heart raced with dread. Okay, I'll try. Whispers brushed against my ears, words I couldn't quite make out. My hands trembled as I pushed through the darkness, feeling my way along the walls. Where are you, Key? I muttered, scanning the ground. Suddenly I spotted a glimmer, something metallic peeking out from beneath a pile of debris. I knelt, heart pounding, and pulled it free. A tarnished key, cold and heavy in my palm. I found it, I shouted, adrenaline surging through me. I'm coming back. But as I turned, the atmosphere shifted around me. The giggles had turned into shrieks, echoes of laughter morphing into cries of despair. I stumbled back, the shadows swirling, and the girl's face flickered in the mirrors, her expression shifting from pleading to fury. Help me, she screamed, and the walls seemed to close in. Wait, I shouted, panic rising. I have the key! I have the key! But the darkness enveloped me, and I felt myself being pulled into the mirrors, the world around me warping and twisting. I fought against it, struggling to find my footing, but it was like trying to swim in quicksand. With a surge of determination, I clutched the key tightly and called out, I'm coming back. I won't leave you. The shadows hesitated, and I seized the moment to rush toward the mirror where the girl had appeared. I held the key up, my breath hitching as I placed it against the glass. To my amazement, the surface rippled, and a doorway formed. I plunged through the portal, the world twisting around me, until I landed hard on the floor of the funhouse, breathless and disoriented. The air felt lighter, and the oppressive darkness began to lift. Did I make it? I whispered, looking around. The girl was gone, but the funhouse felt different now, as though the weight of despair had lifted. I stood, trembling but relieved, and backed away from the mirror. Suddenly, I heard a soft voice behind me. You did it. Spinning around, I saw the girl standing at the entrance, her smile radiant. Thank you. You freed me. I blinked, awestruck. So you're really free? Yes. She stepped closer, her presence calming the fear that had gripped me just moments before. You faced the darkness and brought light back to this place. I couldn't help but smile. I didn't think I was brave enough. You were, she said softly. Sometimes it just takes a little push. With a final wave, she dissolved into a wisp of light that floated away, leaving a lingering warmth in the air. I stood there for a moment, absorbing the surreal experience, and then turned to leave the funhouse, the key still in my hand, a reminder of the darkness I had faced and the light I had found. As I stepped outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of orange and pink. The amusement park, once a haunting memory, now felt like a place of healing. I took one last look at the funhouse, a smile creeping onto my face. Maybe this place wasn't so cursed after all. I turned away, the laughter of the past mingling with the hope of a new beginning. But as I walked toward the exit, I couldn't shake the feeling that the amusement park was still alive, its secrets waiting for the next curious soul to uncover. And somewhere, In the shadows, I knew the girl would be watching, waiting for someone else to find the courage to face the darkness. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting an ethereal glow over the dilapidated mansion nestled at the edge of the forest. The air was crisp and cool, a stark contrast to the warmth of the day that had just passed. I had heard stories about the old Thornton estate, whispers of ghostly apparitions and strange occurrences that sent chills down the spines of even the bravest souls. As I approached the wrought iron gates, they creaked ominously, as if warning me to turn back. Yet my curiosity outweighed any fear that threatened to take hold. I've come here to document the tales of the supernatural, to capture the essence of the eerie legends that surrounded this place. All right, let's see what all the fuss is about, I muttered to myself, pushing the gates open and stepping into the overgrown garden. The path was barely visible, swallowed by weeds and wildflowers that seemed to thrive in the absence of human hands. I pulled out my camera, snapping a few photos of the twisted trees and crumbling statues that lined the path. Each click resonated in the stillness, and I couldn't help but feel that I was intruding on a sacred space. As I neared the mansion, the grandeur of its architecture struck me. Once beautiful, the facade was now marred by years of neglect. The windows were boarded up, and the front door hung ajar, creaking softly in the breeze. I hesitated for a moment, then stepped inside, the wooden floor groaning beneath my weight. The interior was just as haunting as the exterior. Dust motes floated in the air, catching the faint light that filtered through cracks in the walls. The air was heavy, carrying the scent of decay and abandonment. I wandered through the rooms, each one telling a story of its own. A grand dining room with a table set for a feast that would never come. A library filled with books that hadn't been touched in decades, and a parlor with a piano that looked as if it ickish. Astronomy on termotus años. And Munarp, the Ligamuri, and Sturface, Nostra had been played only yesterday. The sense of unease grew with every step, and I began to question my decision to come here alone. Suddenly, a soft sound broke the silence. A faint melody that seemed to echo from somewhere deep within the mansion. I froze, my heart pounding. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. There was no response, only the haunting tune that grew louder as I followed its source. It led me to a spiral staircase that descended into darkness. Swallowing my fear, I began the descent, each step echoing in the emptiness. At the bottom, I found myself in a dimly lit room that appeared to be a cellar. Shelves lined the walls, filled with dusty bottles of forgotten relics. In the center of the room stood a small music box, its lid open, playing the eerie melody that had drawn me here. I approached it cautiously, my curiosity battling my fear. The music box was ornate, adorned with intricate carvings of roses and vines. As I reached out to touch it, the music stopped abruptly, and the room plunged into silence. A chill ran down my spine, and I felt a presence behind me. Slowly, I turned, my breath catching in my throat. A figure stood in the shadows, barely visible in the dim light. It was a woman, her face pale and her eyes hollow. She wore a tattered gown that seemed to flow like smoke around her. Who are you?" I stammered, taking a step back. She didn't answer, but her gaze was fixed on me, unblinking and intense. Suddenly the room seemed to shift, the walls closing in as a wave of cold swept over me. The woman raised a hand, and the music box began to play again, the melody twisting into something darker, more sinister. "Leave," she whispered, her voice like the rustling of dry leaves. "You don't belong here." I nodded, my instincts screaming at me to obey. As I turned to leave, the music grew louder, almost deafening. I ran up the stairs, the sound chasing me, filling my mind with a sense of dread that threatened to consume me. When I finally burst through the front door and into the night, the mansion seemed to sigh, as if relieved by my departure. The music stopped abruptly, leaving only the sound of my ragged breathing and the rustle of the wind. I didn't look back as I made my way down the overgrown path and through the gates. The Thornton estate had revealed its secrets, but at a price. As I reached my car, I realized I still held the camera in my hand. Flipping through the photos, I stopped at one that sent chills down my spine. The picture of the music box, its lid closed, and the ghostly figure of the woman standing beside it, her hollow eyes staring straight at me. As I stepped through the rusted gates, the creaking sound echoed like a ghostly warning, urging me to turn back. But curiosity is a powerful force, one that had dragged me here against my judgment. The park was overgrown, nature reclaiming what humanity had once built. Vines twisted around the skeletal remains of rides, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the atmosphere settle on my shoulders. With only my flashlight to guide me, I ventured deeper into the heart of the park, my footsteps crunching on the gravel path. Maybe I'll find something interesting, I muttered to myself, although the words felt weak in the eerie silence surrounding me. As I approached the old Ferris wheel, its once vibrant colors faded to a dull gray. I noticed something peculiar. One of the gondolas swayed gently, despite the lack of wind. My heart raced. I had come here to explore, to document the remnants of a forgotten place, but now I felt as if I was being watched. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling slightly. Silence enveloped me, heavy and oppressive. I shook my head, trying to dispel the creeping dread. "It's just the wind," I reassured myself. But the feeling lingered, gnawing at the edges of my mind. I moved closer to the Ferris wheel, drawn by an inexplicable urge. The metal groaned under my weight as I climbed onto the base, my flashlight beam flickering across the rusted structure. Suddenly, a faint laughter echoed through the air, innocent yet jarring against the backdrop of desolation. I froze, my heart thundering in my chest. "Is someone there?" I called out, but my voice fell flat, swallowed by the shadows that seemed to stretch and dance around me. The laughter faded, replaced by an unsettling silence. I felt a chill creep up my spine as I stepped down from the Ferris wheel, my instincts screaming at me to leave. But I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something here, something that wanted to be found. I followed the sounds, my curiosity now battling with fear. The path led me to the funhouse, its distorted mirrors reflecting my apprehension back at me. The door creaked open as I pushed it, revealing a labyrinth of darkness and warped images. I took a cautious step inside, the air thick with the scent of mildew. "Anyone home?" I called, my voice barely above a whisper. The mirrors seemed to whisper back, fragments of laughter intertwined with the echoes of my own voice. I shivered, feeling the walls closing in on me. I moved deeper into the funhouse, the beam of my flashlight bouncing off the reflective surfaces, creating a kaleidoscope of distorted images. "Just a bunch of broken glass," I told myself, trying to reassure my racing heart. But as I turned a corner, I caught sight of something in the reflection, a fleeting shadow darting behind me. I spun around, but the hallway was empty, my breath coming in quick gasps. "It's okay. This isn't funny anymore," I muttered, my voice shaky. As I ventured further, the laughter returned, louder this time, echoing around me, filling the air with a sense of foreboding. "Stop it!" I shouted, my voice reverberating through the funhouse. But the laughter only grew more frantic, reverberating off the walls like a taunting melody. In a panic, I stumbled backward, my foot catching on the edge of a broken mirror. I fell hard, the glass shards glinting ominously around me. As I scrambled to my feet, I caught sight of a figure standing in the darkness, partially obscured by the shadows. "Who are you?" I managed to choke out, my heart racing as the figure stepped closer, revealing a young girl, her face pale and eyes wide, filled with an unsettling mixture of fear and mirth. "Help me," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "They won't let me go." I froze, confusion flooding my senses. "Who won't let you go?" Her gaze darted to the mirrors, and I followed her line of sight, a feeling of dread creeping over me. "The ones in the mirrors," she said, her voice trembling. "The ones in the mirrors," she said, her voice trembling. "They take you if you look too long." "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "They want to play," she said, a haunting smile creeping across her lips, twisting her delicate features. "And if you lose, you never leave, you never leave." Before I could respond, the laughter erupted again, surrounding us, echoing off the walls like a sinister chorus. I felt the walls close in, the mirrors reflecting the girl's haunted expression back at me. "Run!" she screamed, her voice breaking through the cacophony. I didn't need to be told twice. I turned and bolted down the hallway, the laughter growing louder, more menacing. I could feel the shadows reaching for me, clawing at my back, begging me to look back. I burst through the door, gasping for breath, my heart pounding in my chest. The night air hit me like a cold slap, but I didn't stop. I sprinted past the Ferris wheel, ignoring the swaying gondola that felt like a specter watching my escape. As I reached the gates, I hesitated, glancing back. The funhouse loomed behind me, dark and foreboding, the laughter still echoing in the distance. "Help me," the girl's voice whispered on the wind, sending a chill through my bones. With a final glance, I pushed through the rusted gates and ran into the night, the haunted echoes of the amusement park forever etched in my mind. I didn't stop until I reached my car, heart racing and hands trembling as I fumbled for my keys. As I drove away, the park receded into the distance, but the laughter lingered, a haunting reminder of the shadows that still danced behind the mirrors. I thought of the girl, trapped in a twisted game, desperately needing help, but deep down, I knew I couldn't go back. I'd escaped, but the park would always be there, waiting, its secrets hidden behind the laughter that echoed in the night. The sun was setting over the quiet town of Maplewood, casting long shadows over the dilapidated library that had stood at the edge of town for decades. I had heard whispers about the place, tales of books that would mysteriously move on their own, and ghostly figures that roamed the aisles after dark. Intrigued by the local folklore, I had decided to investigate, armed with my camera and a notebook. As I pushed open the heavy wooden doors, the hinges creaked in protest, and a wave of musty air washed over me. The interior was dimly lit, dust motes dancing in the shafts of light that filtered through the grimy windows. Shelves lined the walls, filled with ancient tomes whose spines were cracked and faded. "Anyone here?" I called out, my voice echoing in the stillness. Silence enveloped me, heavy and thick, as if the library itself was holding its breath. I wandered deeper into the labyrinth of bookshelves, the floorboards creaking under my weight. The air grew colder, and I shivered, feeling as if unseen eyes were watching my every move. I pulled out my camera, capturing the eerie beauty of the library, the way shadows play tricks on the walls. "Just a bunch of old books," I muttered, trying to shake off the growing unease. But as I turned a corner, I caught sight of a figure at the end of the aisle, a silhouette of a woman dressed in a long, flowing gown, her face obscured by the shadows. "Excuse me," I called out, but she didn't respond. Instead, she turned and glided down the aisle, her form flickering like a candle in the wind. My heart raced as I followed her, curiosity battling fear. "Wait, who are you?" I quickened my pace, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the empty library. "What are you doing here?" I pressed, my voice trembling. But as I rounded the corner, she vanished, leaving only the lingering scent of lavender in the air. I stood there, breathless and bewildered. "This isn't funny," I whispered, half expecting her to jump out at me. As I continued my search, I stumbled upon a small, dimly lit reading room at the back. The walls lined with books that looked untouched by time. In the center of the room sat an old wooden table, and on it lay an open book, its pages yellowed and brittle. I approached cautiously, curiosity piquing my interest. "What have you got for me?" I muttered, leaning over the book. The words were faded, but I could make out the title. I flipped through the pages, my heart racing as I read about the library's history. How it had once been a thriving hub for the townsfolk, but after a series of unexplained disappearances, it had fallen into disrepair. The last chapter, however, caught my eye. "The keeper of secrets, the keeper," I murmured, glancing around the room. Could that be the woman I saw? Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the library, startling me. My heart raced as I dropped the book, my instincts screaming at me to leave. Before I could make a move, the lights flickered, plunging me into darkness for a brief moment before the emergency lights kicked in, casting an eerie glow over the room. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking with fear. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking with fear. From the shadows, I heard soft whispers, a chorus of voices that seemed to echo through the aisles. Help us, they pleaded, chilling my blood. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. "What do you want?" I yelled, desperation creeping into my voice. A figure materialized in the doorway, the same woman from before, her face now illuminated by the dim light. "You shouldn't have come here," she said, her voice a haunting melody that sent chills up my spine. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "I am the keeper," she replied, her eyes glimmering like stars in the dark. "And you have awakened the souls trapped within these walls." "What do you mean?" I pressed, backing away slowly. "I didn't mean to. The library feeds on the curious, on those who seek knowledge," she said, her voice growing more urgent. "You must leave before it consumes you too." I turned to run, but the whispers grew louder, swirling around me like a tornado. I sprinted down the aisles, the shadows closing in as the whispers turned to screams. "Please, just let me go," I shouted, my heart racing as I reached the entrance. The heavy doors slammed shut in front of me, trapping me inside. "Leave while you still can," the keeper's voice echoed, filling the room with an eerie calm. I pounded on the door, panic rising in my chest. "Let me out. But the whispers became a cacophony, drowning out my cries. I felt the walls closing in, the darkness pressing against me. Just as I thought all was lost, the doors creaked open, revealing the night outside. I bolted through the threshold, gasping for breath as I stumbled into the cool air, the weight of the library lifting off my shoulders. As I turned to look back, the doors slammed shut once more, the whispers fading into the night. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, trembling and soaked in sweat. As I drove away from the library, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the keeper watching me from the shadows. But all that remained was the fading silhouette of the library, a haunting reminder of the secrets that lay within its walls. The echoes of the souls lingered in my mind, a chilling reminder of the knowledge I had sought, and the darkness that had nearly consumed me. As the road stretched out before me, I vowed never to return, leaving the haunted library behind, its whispers forever etched in my memory.